There you are. Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining me. Tonight, we're going to do something that I like to do from time to time, and that's offer any of you out there an opportunity to join the show with me and talk about whatever it is that you want to talk about. Let me turn my volume off or my audio off on this side. There you go. But yeah, I like to do these from time to time and have it be an open format for you guys. And anybody that wants to join me tonight can come in. You won't be on camera. I have different things like playing on the background during the show, so don't worry about that. And if there's any questions, there's a private chat for us. Anybody who's in the show and waiting, that we can talk to each other there. So if you have any questions, about what to do, you can always ask there. But it's really basic, very easy. Most people never have any problems with it. Just putting that out there in case you did. But don't be scared. Come on in. Let's just hang out and chat, man. What else are we going to do on a Wednesday night, right? Sure, there's some TV on, but you can always tape it or record it, watch it later. But let's hang out, and I just want to hear what you guys are thinking. I learn a lot from you as well throughout the years. That's why I always call this a great community. It really is, because I'll get so many pieces of the puzzle from you guys that just kind of connect with things I've been working on. And next thing you know, there's a video, and it's been that kind of a process for many years here. So you are greatly appreciated by me. And also on that note, a big shout out to my Patreon and PayPal supporters. Folks, thank you guys so very much with what's happened with YouTube and everything else. Because of you, I'm able to continue doing what I love to do, and I really appreciate it. So thank you so much. I also get sponsors from time to time. I have a sponsor right now. If you're interested, there's a link below. This link works. I had it on my show last night. It wasn't working at first, but this is a link to my Patriot supplies. So if you're interested in prepping, now's the time. In fact, not just my company, but other companies that are prepping companies, all of them are weeks behind on their order. Even if you click the link below to get some supplies a couple weeks or a month or however much you need, from my Patriot Supply, you'll see a special message at the top of the link there, and they'll be explaining that it's going to take you a few weeks to get this. But don't let that discourage you. If ever there was a time to do it, if you've ever been interested in doing it in the past, if you have the money to do it, I'd say look into it now. Check it out. They're running a really good deal, $87 for 2 weeks worth of prep, and $197 for 4 weeks worth of prep. And then you can interchange those and get more if you want or whatever. But so check it out if you're interested. Okay, so there's the plug for my sponsor. There's the plug for the people that have been supporting me for so long. Thank you guys. And let's just get into it, man. I always do the talking, with the shows, of course. It's my channel, so I do my shows, I do my videos. Working on a couple big ones right now. I'm really excited to show you guys too. Wait till you see this one about St. John's Pillars and the history in that church. Wow. Wowzers. I've always talked about this as multiple secret societies working together, Freemasons being the main, right? And then the upper echelon of that being Illuminati is what we call it, right? But there's more, and a lot of that's connected to St. John's Church. So I can't wait to show that one to you. These are the ones I love the most when I'm learning this kind of new stuff along with you. So here's what I'm going to do, man. I am going to go ahead and take the link, and I'm going to go ahead and put it into the chat. And when y'all come on, I always try to, depending on how many people come on. Oh, by the way, shout out to my moderators as well. Hi, Tamara, and Mia was here too early. I saw Mia, so good to see y'all. Thank you. I'm going to go put the link in here in the chat, and I'll do that here from time to time. I just dropped it. And whenever y'all are ready, anybody that wants to come in, feel free to come on in. And I always play this by ear, man. Be like the water. I just go with the flow with this stuff. I can talk about pretty much anything y'all want to, I'm sure. And I'm interested to hear what's on your mind. What are your thoughts about the times we're in? Have you seen anything interesting you'd like to discuss? Are there anything, any kind of news articles, any connections you've made to something that you haven't seen anyone else talking about? Maybe you want to bring that up tonight. If you had any dreams or visions of things happening out here in the world, anything like that? Any strange things happening in general in your life right now? Anything at all, Let's see what you guys have got. So we'll go ahead and post that in there again. And there we go. Still waiting. We'll see how it goes, man. For all I know, nobody will want to come in. I don't know. Hopefully you guys will. But oh, there we go. Now they're starting to come in. I see a few. Susan Ling says this is BS. No, it's not. Give it a chance. People will show up. They always do. And wait till you hear from these people. We got some great people, man. Got an awesome community. Cool. People are starting to come in, guys. I also ask you to have some patience. Like I said, I'll try to give everybody at least 10 minutes or so. We go with it like that, and try to make sure I can get everybody in tonight. And that's how we do it, man. We just kind of, this is all real, man, happening in real time. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. It looks like the first one I have here, I have Sarah, Robert, Greyhawk, and Vicky so far. So we're going to start with Sarah. And I'll bring Sarah in. Hi, Sarah. Can you hear me?
I can. Hi. How are you doing, KJ?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for being here.
Oh, that's awesome. So how it's kind of nerve-wracking. It's my first time actually talking on YouTube.
Oh, hey, that's okay. I know how it is. It happens a lot with people, but don't worry. Just relax and let's just talk.
Okay. Well, I first want to talk about you did your what happened in the last week video. You just released it. I think it was yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, and you had the UFO with the tendrils in it.
Yep.
Kind of looked like a jellyfish.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some crazy close-up shots on that, and so I took a look at it. It looks like something that we've probably created.
See, that's interesting. Kind of. No, I wouldn't even be surprised. Who knows? Wouldn't that be weird if that was a drone? If for some reason they're making drones look like that for whatever reason. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I just I've really been watching a lot of the UFOs and found some really awesome channels for you actually.
Oh, great.
Like Mavi 777 and a few other ones.
Good.
And some of the UFOs, you kind of look at them like the orbs. You had shown that on the video as well.
Yeah.
And the first thing that struck in my mind was constellations. You usually have like 5 or 6 orbs, and they kind of make different patterns, and they flash in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the one orb that you had, it kind of looked like Orion.
That's interesting, and I wouldn't even be surprised because I don't know, with some of these things, it's hard for us to tell. I always put it all in a few different categories when it comes to UFOs. There's the stuff the government makes. We understand that. There's the whole, Area 51 story with they say it's back engineering kind of a thing, that there really wasn't a spacecraft that crashed and they're using parts of it to develop whatever, so we know that.
Yeah, almost like a test run that went bad sort of thing.
Right. Sure.
Yeah.
So, we've seen these. We know there's some actual objects in the sky, but, there's classifications too. What about these tubes, the scroll? And some people relate that to the scroll from the Bible. It talks about looking up in the sky and seeing a scroll, right? But so we have these scroll UFOs, and these things, they've been captured actually going into volcanoes a few times on actual news, right? Mainstream news. So you got those, you got flying humanoids, and those are
strange.
Aren't they strange?
Those definitely remind me of like Project Bluebeam, or because it just looks too much like it's on a movie screen, right? When you shine something on. Like they're too weird, right?
Hey, it's yeah, absolutely. Well, here's one too, and this one looked so real. And again, who knows? It could be a part of the Bluebeam thing as well. And I would think at this point, and I've been trying to piece this together, but I'm trying to find connections with SpaceX and a Bluebeam type project. Are you with me on that?
Oh, 100%. Because I know when I was looking at Bluebeam, I think it might have actually been your channel. I've been watching your channel since you used to videotape with your phone on the computer.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was watching sort of like what's his name? Marino Delfino, and looking into the alien eyes and like the whole Citizens of Gotham and things like that, like right into all that kind of weird stuff, right from a little age. So I popped onto yours, and a lot of them you were kind of going, well, it doesn't look fake. Like, how could that be fake? You're recording it off of your TV.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Thanks for reminding me of those days too. I forget about that sometimes. But go ahead.
Oh yeah. But I remember when we saw what they could do with holograms with Project Bluebeam, and I think they had the blue whale in the gymnasium for all the kids.
Yep, that was a good one. You bet. You remember that? Yeah.
How many years ago was that? That was like
10.
Got to be about 10 years ago.
Yeah, about 10 years ago, I'm thinking too.
I think if they had that kind of technology and just the fact that our air is so metallic at this point,
Oh, right.
you would put up thousands and thousands of satellites. It's almost like a movie projector.
Man, that's a great way to look at it. Yeah, I've heard that theory as well, that essentially there's a screen above us now because of all the chemtrails. And I live in the Midwest, and they straight up do X's and hashtags. I mean, they make huge, things in the sky here. So I know we're just bathed in that stuff. But even that newest Spider-Man movie was kind of hinting at Project Bluebeam. They were using drones that would create basically whatever they wanted to. They would, be little film projectors, and then they could destroy things and blame it on monsters and stuff. It's very interesting.
I didn't even know that. I haven't watched a Spider-Man movie since Disney took over Marvel. So
I wouldn't bother. I honestly always do. I usually do it for work, quote unquote, but I really do. It's how I'm trying to see what they're putting out there and whatnot. But you're certainly not missing anything. And you and I both know the whole film industry is just all mind control and propaganda at this point, it seems.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, my stepfather is kind of has always been in that industry as well through universities.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So yeah, I kind of probably understand a little bit of that. I mean, at this point, he has a handler, so it's very close to home. You just what am I living in here?
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I hope that all works out okay, because that stuff is just so kooky crazy, and you just never know. Like last night, we had a couple of those stories about Ben Affleck and Mark Wahlberg talking about their faith. And man, that gives me hope. And I like those stories. And some people will discount that immediately. Oh, they're all into. I know, man. I don't believe that. I mean, there's good people everywhere, and there's people. We got to give them a chance to find God in Christ. And if we're just making videos all the time condemning every single person in Hollywood, what good is that? We don't have proof. And
actually, if I could bounce off of that idea, if you don't mind.
Oh, please.
So I know I messaged you. I don't. Years fly by way too fast now, so it's hard to figure out.
Yeah.
I don't know if it happens to be being a Gen X, but like my brain's leaving.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah. But I messaged you and just kind of gave you a bit of my own, like, how did I figure out Christ? How did I come to this? And I used to be Wiccan.
Oh, please. Yeah. Tell us. And I'm sorry for missing that. I'm terrible about keeping up on messages, of course, at times, but I would love to hear this, and please go ahead.
Also, not a big deal, because I know I've seen your trolls.
Yeah.
And I've seen what they do.
Right.
I would be cautious.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks.
No, I just I went to a Catholic school when I was little, and always kind of went against it. Like, I got kicked out of religion, I can't even tell you how many times. And just the whole thing kind of disgusted me. I didn't like going into a church. It always made me feel sick. All of my grandparents were World War II veterans, so they were all very religious. And
the annoying kind of religious, I guess, right?
No, they were actually the more kind of like pure, like, don't forget that Jesus loves you. It's not a problem.
Great.
Like,
okay, I love that. That's how my parents are.
Yeah. And my grandparents on my mom's side were like that, and my grandparents on my father's side were registered healers with a church in England.
Wow.
So I had kind of both sides of it. So being very little, they kind of taught me how to see things or develop gifts that you already had. Right. And so I was always able to see colors around people, and always had a massive amount of imaginary friends that were not imaginary to me.
Are you an INFP by chance, or do you know?
I don't know what that is.
It's a personality trait, but go ahead. Sorry, I'm listening.
KJ, I'm just an agent of God. I have no idea.
Okay, well, that's good, and that's good enough. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I rallied against it, and the answers I was looking for, and that didn't make you feel like such a freak, because there's so many people out there that have certain sights or certain gifts. They become very isolated and alone, and end up going down a darker road than they should.
Yeah, in all honesty, I've struggled with that my whole ever since I've been doing this for over 10 years. It's a part of what this is, because I have to be alone to do all this and think about it, and then I've had to learn to take care of my health over the last few years as well, because I was just letting it slip, it's just just adding in there. But I understand what you mean. That's what happens when you're a creative person and you're obsessed with the subject. You got to be real careful.
Yeah, and you do get like almost sickly obsessed with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where you're questioning your own sanity, that's for sure. Like, why do I spend 10 hours a day doing this?
Yeah. That's where having that relationship with God, and that's why it's strengthened throughout the years for me personally doing this, because I have to have it. You've got to have that anchor in reality and a solid truth you can turn to. You know what I mean? When you go through all the different options, you got to be like, dude, what sticks? So anyway, but yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. And I mean, definitely in the long run, that's where the story kind of goes to. So I had moved out on my own about 17, was not a good child, was not a good person. Would do all of it again. I absolutely lived with no regrets because it was a blast. But ended up moving into the city, and there was an ad in the paper for a telephone psychic. And they gave you a free week-long course on reading tarot cards.
Oh, wow. Okay. I've always wondered how people get into that.
That was the way I got in. Sometimes it's just a friend knows a friend or however it be, right?
Right.
And so I went and I did the course, and I was picking things out of the cards that nobody else was picking out. Like with tarot cards, it's very much seeing the symbolism, right? Like if you can see it naturally, you just pick it up immediately.
Oh, that's interesting. Do you remember in Ghostbusters when they were trying to find a psychic, they were testing with cards?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's and we used to do that to practice, actually.
Interesting.
That exact same thing.
But you had a knack above, it seems, the rest, right? You were picking up on things that others were missing.
I have no idea. I just kind of like, I guess so. In the long run, I guess so. But like you have certain moon nodes, like you have like 13 moon nodes on one side of a card and like 9 on the other side, and mixing the two numbers together, what card it is, what time you're reading it, like it's very in depth, right? Like it's a very big science to it, which I think draws in a lot of people like you or like I. Like if you're intelligent, you can see these things. It plays to the scientific mind. It's
right.
The easiest way I could explain it, right?
Yep.
And also I've always, like I said, with the imaginary voices or the imaginary friends, they were always there talking to me.
Did they ever tell you anything? Did they ever tell you anything about future stuff with people that you knew or anything like that, or no?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. And did any of it ever come to fruition?
Sometimes.
Wow. Okay. So
sometimes.
Very interesting.
So, yeah. And when you're starting off very young and you don't know what's going on, like you see a lot of the kids right now. I heard somebody kind of describe them as the Harry Potter witches, which makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
That's the group of witches that are casting spells on Trump, or they're,
sure,
putting a hex on an abortion clinic, or who knows.
Right.
That's not how it works, right? Like that's not how it works at all.
Right.
So I went into this and ended up having about a 5-year career in reading cards and doing medium work.
Okay.
And like health aura work and the whole 9 yards, and you get very in depth in it, right? Luckily for me,
Were you seeing it work then? I mean, you were seeing it, and you wouldn't have stuck with it so long if you felt it was just all foolish, right? Like, I mean, some of this was actually helping people or working or what?
Oh yeah,
right.
Like I used to do cold case files with the cops.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is real hardcore. All right.
Yeah. So like find missing people and that kind of thing, right? Because you end up kind of projecting yourself into that environment so that you kind of work by a feeling. It's not one of the 5 senses.
Yeah, right. That's interesting. Okay, so please continue. That's interesting.
So, and you're also in a room. They don't do telephone psychics this way anymore, unfortunately, because it's probably the best way as I get along with the story to get where I'm going. So I ramble as well.
No, you're okay. You're okay. It's great.
You're in the room with the access to probably about 45 other people. Some of them have been doing it for 40 to 50 years. Some have been doing their craft for like a year and a half, right?
Right.
So a massive amount of information. Like if you wanted to know something about numerology or astrology, or how does one become a clairvoyant, or how is one an empath, or like anything you could think of, you could find the answers.
Were they all witches or
no
mimics? Okay.
No, some of them were like sun worshippers, or they went to sweats frequently, or like a bunch of different sort of ideologies coming into one place.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. I know I'm not reading the comments, but I'm sure there's people in the comments that are they can get rid of her. She's a witch.
No, you're fine.
But you learn to.
We all have a past. We all have a history, And some of the best leaders, and Christian voices out there are people that came from the pagan and New Age and witchcraft background.
Yeah,
So,
and I kind of have a bit of a theory on that. They did an experiment in an office building one time, like a tall office building, right? I don't know how many people,
okay.
but they brought in a jar of jelly beans to this office building, and they wanted everybody to guess how many jelly beans were in the jar. And so everybody made their guess. Nobody got it right. Like they were way above and then way low, and then some that got close. When they took all of the numbers of that people had guessed and averaged it out by all the people that had guessed, it was the exact number of jelly beans in the jar.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? I love it.
Yeah, I'm serious.
I love that.
If you take something like that and put it to something like Christianity, right?
Right.
A lot of the people that I worked with at that office, I'm still incredibly good friends with. Now, they're not all Christians. Some of them are still Wiccan, or they call themselves wizards. I have a couple people I know that are Satanists, and they're just sweetest people, but they just don't see it for what it is.
Sure, you bet. Hey, I've had those people contact me. Here's one thing. I try to reach everybody on my emails and stuff, but I miss a lot. But when I got people that I can tell are being real about being Satanists or witches or Freemasons, and they're asking me questions, I'll definitely go out of my way to talk to them. I always do. And I've had a few of them. So yeah, I've had nice, interplay with some Satanist people through email. Now, then again, it's still being wise about this. You don't know if they're leading you into something or whatever. I mean, I don't know, but for the most part, they've all been, the ones I've written back to have been pleasant, and they really are looking for Jesus. I told them, even though they didn't realize it, Well,
they don't
call it that.
Well, but in like a Satanist, like the friends I have that are Satanists, they're absolutely sweet. They have families. They're good people. They work. They'll give the shirt off their back, but they're looking for the God within self.
Yeah, that's the word. That's the same thing Freemasons do.
It's exactly the same.
Yeah, this whole culture is trying to make all of us become our own God man and God woman,
Yeah, and even if you look at something like Catholics, it's the same thing.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is totally the reason why I rallied against it, because it didn't seem right. It didn't feel right.
Well, what was it? Of course. And then what was it that was your tipping point where you started actually genuinely trying to seek Jesus? I mean, what state of mind were you in at that point? Were you lost, or were you doing fine and then thought, hey, I don't know? Or, I mean, where were you at?
Oh my goodness. I had just ended a very abusive relationship. I had 2 kids in tow. I was head over heels with my best friend, although both of us very decent people who weren't going to do anything.
Yeah.
And I got sick at the same time.
Oh, wow. So all within like maybe a year or so, all this hit?
No, within about 4 days.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I actually got an abscess tooth, and then an abscess tooth on the other side. And it was at the point where it was in my brain cavity and around my heart. And
ooh, wow. When it rains, it pours, huh?
Oh yeah, just a little bit, hey?
Yeah, somebody's trying to wake you up.
Yeah, well, and part of it was too, my voice was taken away from me for a week.
Wow.
I've always been very kind of quick-witted and a little bit mouthy and snarky, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? And so I had that taken away from me, and I had to spend a week in my own head.
Oh my gosh, man. Well, oof, what was that like?
Oh, I don't know. It's almost like the part of us that looks into these kind of things becomes a monster that you can't express to anybody.
Oh, I love that description. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can't think straight anyways, because you're on opioids for pain, and
right.
It becomes very weird. But I do remember sitting in the hospital chair, or like the dentist chair, and they were going to pull my tooth, and the entire corner of the room got very dark. Like, the best way I can explain it is kind of like a cinematic way, where, you have the smoke and the darkness coming out of the shadow of a corner, sort of thing. But that wasn't a physical sight. Does that make sense? Yeah,
it does.
Yeah. And the only thing that I really not so much heard, but it felt like hearing, was either you make a choice and you're going to stay here to live, for living, or you're out of here.
Wow, man, that's heavy. Yeah, I feel that for sure.
Yeah.
That's how I felt when I was having my heart attack. It's been about over a year and a half now, but because I didn't know what it was at first, but when I finally figured it out, it's like I had this feeling that this is going to sound bad to people. I don't mean it to. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not attached to this world. Now, I love people in this world, and I love what I do for my life. I love doing this, but I'm not attached to this place. And I have no other, I'm not married with children either. So I have, nothing holding me back. Chubbs would go with mom and dad. He'd be fine. And I knew at that moment, I'm done here. But, he's not done with me. And also, I didn't want to go before my mom and dad. So I had a whole dialogue with him while I was hurting that night. But I'm still working on that. I've even been praying, like, Lord, do I need to be, I'm at peace in this world, but do I need to be joyful? Is that a part of it? Or am I always going to carry this thing with me? Because I think just doing the nature of what I do and the person that I am, I'm always going to carry a bit of a cloud with me, and I can deal with it. You know what I mean? But it's just keeps me from embracing this world too much, and maybe that's a good thing. Anyway, I'm rambling now.
No, that's okay. Don't ever apologize for rambling, KJ. We love it.
Good, thanks. Good to know.
Well, I think that's the price you pay for wearing the armor of God.
Right.
If you decide to look into this and you decide to, ask your Father in heaven, like, I want to see it all. Like, I don't just want little tiny pieces of it, because you never fill that void. You never fill that little niche in you that's looking for something else.
Yeah.
Right. And so when you do, it's heavy. It's a heavy thing to bear. I mean, that's why we're told to pray ceaselessly, right?
Right. Yeah.
In order to be able to move your feet. Like, it's not an easy task.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And I think we're all given that option. Like, what do you want to do? Either you've got to stay here and do what you're supposed to do, or, you can leave.
Yeah.
But I think we're definitely all here for a reason, especially at this time.
Yeah. And I half the time, I don't want to make it seem like I just do something to get something in return, but I do think about, building your treasures in heaven. I mean, by being the best person you can be here, trying to assist the kingdom while you're here, leading people to Christ and everything, but, really doing the good deeds. There's things I do in my real life I never tell anybody about,
same.
Right?
Like, just
I'm
like
sure
all those little tiny things, right? Like, you see a little lady who's having trouble, like, carrying her groceries out to the thing, like out to her car, and you've got to be somewhere in 10 minutes, and everything is just blah, but you help that little lady out to the car, and be damned if you're 5 minutes late.
Right, exactly.
I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's good to, to try to think along those lines. And I don't know, it's what I do. I guess I spend more time in heaven in my mind and the afterlife than I do here sometimes, if that makes any sense. But, it's kind of being, I'm a dreamy headed person anyway. And I like it that way. I'm old enough, maybe you feel this too, where I know who I am. I figured this out a long time ago. So it's like, once you kind of get who you are and you're okay with it, everybody else's opinions on that be darned. You just have to be you, be true to yourself. I know my head is always up in the clouds, and I've always been that way, but it's what helps me, do what I do, and also navigate the world and choose the people I allow in, and the ones I don't. And that's an important part of this process too, is being very careful of who we're close to,
Yeah. And I mean, and sometimes you can be close to somebody who's in your family who's dealing with a demon that you don't want to deal with, right?
Oh, that all the time. I've actually tried to avoid holidays because of stuff like that, to be honest with you. It's because it's hard to be around some people that have just a heavy spirit on them, and it, and like you're one of the only people in the room you feel that can see it, and everyone else thinks it's just this person is a negative person or something or whatever else, but I'm like, no man, there's something on this person, and it's hard for me to be around it. They don't listen to my shows, so I'm not going to give a name, but I'm not worried about that coming out, but I feel you on that. So I'm sorry, I keep bouncing around, but so go ahead and let us know then, when did it finally shift over though to you with your faith and everything? I'm sorry, man, I just keep kind of going off in new directions.
That's totally cool. It's awesome.
Okay.
I wanted to talk to you for a long time, so if you ramble, I'm okay.
All right. And thanks for the people out there for your patience, guys. I'll keep putting the link up, but this is how I like to do. I want to give you all a chance to talk and get your story out. So, there we go. Go ahead. Thanks, Sarah.
Well, it actually kind of in bit came from you, because I remember you were talking about how when people come to the Bible, they should come to it as children.
Yes.
And at the same time, I was listening to Face Like the Sun, L.A. Mazzulli, like Hagman and Hagman show. Like I went straight in to the fringe Christian side of things.
Right. Yeah.
And so I thought, you know what, I'm going to do that. I'm going to come to the Bible as a child would, and I'm just going to start wherever I want to start and just look at it like a book. And I started in Revelations.
Yeah, that's where the good stuff is, right?
Exactly. And that's where if you're a weird little child, that's where you read anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
So I started in that, and I'm reading it, and it was talking about the woman giving birth, right?
Right.
I can't remember. I'm bad with names and dates and all of that kind of stuff. But I think we all know what part that is. And at the same time, it was happening in space.
Right. That's interesting.
Yeah, and I can't remember when that was. Like, I'm sure somebody in the chat, because your chat is amazing for coming up with information like that.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. There were constellations lined up on a certain day, right? And
it was like Virgo was giving birth to.
Yep.
I don't know.
I can't remember the specifics, but I know what you mean though. I remember that story, and I remember something significant happened on that day as well, not long ago. Maybe it had something to do with the Pope and the Vatican, and maybe something to do with Agenda 2030 being announced or something. But anyway, I'm with you.
Oh my goodness, KJ, that's a whole nother like 2-hour show.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. His role in this is just absolutely amazing, and he's definitely one to watch. You know,
he's not a good man. Like being in charge of who died and who lived in Argentina.
Right.
This is not the Vicar of Christ.
Oh, absolutely not. I don't even know if these things are human sometimes. You know,
I don't know
things.
I don't know. But, I'm really on. I mean, I put my kids in the Catholic school system, and that was a massive mistake. They're now homeschooled. Good for you. Yeah, and that was. It's so many times. Only so many times you can walk into your child's school and see pedophiles on the wall.
Gross. Yeah. Oh, exactly.
Kinda, what? What am I doing?
Yeah. And just of course the obvious mind control. I mean, I went through all 12 years. I actually went 13 years. I failed. I got in trouble my junior year, and I actually got arrested in school. I told this a long time ago to people, but so I had to go back a year later, in high school myself. But I always hated school. I liked it as a child. I don't know about you, but after like the 5th or 6th grade, I just always hated school. So I was always ditching, and all that stuff caught up to me. I was a bad kid myself, So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was about grade 5 or grade 6 where I was kind of not very interested, but I ended up joining sports. Like I ended up doing, I was a tackle on the high school football team.
No way. Wow. Good for you.
Yeah.
Were they cool with you? Were the boys nice to you? Or did you have to?
To begin with, no.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
I grew up in a very Agenda 2030 town with sustainability and so on and so forth. And the kids, especially the boys in the Catholic school, they're on the football team. They're super elite. And what is this girl doing here?
Mm-hmm. Well, that would be a whole other story as well, which would be a good one, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
But Sarah, we've done about 20 minutes, and I hate to I don't want to seem like cut them and get them loose, but I want to go ahead and keep moving for now. But
okay,
but would I be able to say? Please.
Yeah, would I be able to say a couple things, because my kids will kill me if I don't say them?
No, please go ahead.
Do you remember when you went to go visit that friend, and the two of you went out to go buy flowers, and you felt sad for her because she was buying herself flowers?
Yeah.
My son says, just buy her flowers next time, KJ.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and I will. Thank you.
And then my daughter would like to propose the idea that the reptilians, it's not just reptilians, it's probably also cats.
That's interesting. Where does she get the cat idea? I feel like I've heard some stuff about that before too.
Ancient history.
The cat people.
And going into the whole council of God, how there was more than just one God.
Right. Interesting. Okay, I'll look into that. That's a great, and she sounds like a little thinker, just like her mom.
Thanks.
Hey, definitely, Sarah. It's been a pleasure. And did I give you enough time to get everything out that you were wanting to express?
Definitely. You gave me way more time than I needed, for sure. And I'll catch you on the flip side. Let's hope it's not a whole nother year this time.
I'll do another one of these very soon. I love these because I get to talk to you guys. So thanks. You're awesome, Sarah, and say hi to your fam for me, okay?
I definitely will. Everybody make sure you pitch to KJ. It's not that hard.
Oh, thanks.
You don't even notice when it comes out.
Yeah, thanks. All right, hey, take
Okay.
care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, man, that was nice. I'm going to go ahead and thank you, Sarah. I'm going to jump over to next. It says random, I think Christian maybe. Is that the name?
Yeah, Random Christian Musing. How you doing, KJ?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for being here. How's things?
Oh man, it is such a pleasure to talk to you, my brother.
Oh, thanks. You too.
No, you have no idea. I was so like lost and so asleep, and then I moved up here to Redding, California, and got surrounded by apostates. I don't know if you've ever heard of Bethel, Redding.
Oh my gosh, Bethel just shut down their healing center in fears of coronavirus. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did. They're an interesting lot.
A bad lot, I've heard. I've heard bad things. Not to be a little gossip, but I've heard bad things with Bethel.
Yeah, in fact, the Reading Police Department banned them from like our one and only claim to fame, the Sundial Bridge, because they were accosting people that were tourists visiting the bridge and just like walking up to random strangers and laying their hands on them and then just babbling.
Oh my gosh, that's the worst.
Well, you know, the Bible's pretty clear, and I believe it's 1 Corinthians 12, where it says that, you know, he talks in the spirit, talks to God alone, and that, you know.
Do you know what this? Do you know what that reminds? Sorry, please finish.
No, go ahead, please. No, please, you go ahead.
What that reminds me of, and maybe you've seen it, but there's and I was dealing with this when I was in college. I went to a film school, and I was, you know, I've been a Christian. I mean, I got saved at 11, but even as a little boy, I talked to God. So I always loved God and knew about God, and even in college, I was that way. Didn't run around talking about it all the time. You know, you fill people out first. But I remember when I was in school, there was a documentary that had come out around that time called Jesus Camp. Have you ever heard of this?
No, I have not.
Wow, guys, if y'all haven't heard of this, maybe you'll watch it. But I'll tell you, it makes us look terrible because it's the kind of religious indoctrination. It's a camp for children. They're indoctrinating children into, of course, it's good to teach them about Jesus. But as our friend here, as you just mentioned, Random Christian, they have the kids like running up to people in public and badgering them about Jesus and just going way over the top. And it's really, right, it's creepy, it's not cool. And all these, you know, cool art school kids I was meeting and hanging out with in college, that was the one thing almost all of them talked about when it came up with Christianity. That movie, the devil did for him a good job because he damaged a lot of people with that, with Christianity in general. I had so many people telling me about that in film school. I went and watched it finally, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is what these people think a Christian is. Anyway, go ahead.
Absolutely. I understand your film education. Was it your major was in editing or?
Minor, yeah. It was major was screenwriting.
Screenwriting. So we're talking about making Christians look bad, right? In horror movies even? Okay, so have you ever noticed the progression of Stephen King? I do not own a TV and I don't go to movies anymore, but I used to be a real horror fan.
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed that from Lawnmower Man to shoot, the name of it escapes me. Sorry, age.
It's okay.
He always makes Christians look like, well, actually, that was a Catholic in Lawnmower Man, but anybody that calls them
The Mist is a good example too.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You're right, though. Yeah, he always makes right. Like even some of his earlier, like Salem, what was it? Silver Bullet. Salem's Lot was a good one. Silver Bullet. It was the priest, right? So he's the killer. You're right, and that you bet. So Stephen King, there's a T-shirt you can find. He was wearing a T-shirt. It's an old picture.
I saw it. Right? I saw it on one of your videos. Yeah.
There you go. That's all I need to see when I see that. And you know, and with him being a writer myself, because I still write, if we're still around in 20 years, you know, I hope to release some books in the future and all that, you know, that'll be my next step as I get older. But so I like things about his writing, but what it is, like I mentioned, when I watch movies and TV shows, I love the gift that God gave these people. I appreciate a good story. I appreciate a good actor or an actress. It's a talent, but it's what they do with it. That's where the danger comes in, right? That's where if you take a God-given talent, Stephen King's got a God-given talent, but he's made all this literature that gives too much credit to evil and the devil. They're right.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Absolutely. I could not agree with you more. And it seemed, I don't know about you. I got born again. It's kind of an interesting story, but my husband of 37 years and we were living in sin together. And it was December 31st, 1982. And I watched a Billy Graham crusade. And I had received Christ. And then the next day, I'm like, look, we're splitting up and getting separate apartments, or we're getting married.
Nice. Good for you.
Right.
Yeah, you laid down the law. Yeah.
Well, absolutely. And yeah, he's still like my second best friend after the Lord. But I don't know how old you are, but I'm
40s.
In your 40s. Okay, I have a 35-year-old son. Another interesting story. But the point I wanted to make is I'm noticing a greater and greater progression of the enemy's use of people that have a creative mindset, that have talent, that like your earlier guest was saying, almost a sixth sense for talent. It's like, the word says, if you're not for me, you're against me.
Mm-hmm.
Like the things that I am seeing today just blow my mind, just mind blowing.
Yeah. Yeah, I call them creatives. We're creatives. I'm one of them too. Where some
Yes.
people are just so in their dream world, and I've always been that way. And I've got friends who are great artists. They do things I can't. They paint, they draw and things, and we're all spiritual people. And spiritual is a tough word to use because the New Agers use it. But when I mean it, the friends I have, we are followers of Christ, lovers and believers of God and the Bible, just not religion in general. That's the best way for me to put it. And all of us have had our experiences with, we feel we've been attacked, demonically attacked and things like that specifically. So, and a lot of times creatives have their own struggles with drugs and things like this. I mean, I've been able to conquer a lot of things through Christ through my life, but I've always, and nothing hard now. I don't do heroin or speed or nothing like that, but I'm saying throughout my life, I'd tangled with all that stuff, and right, it's because you feel too much is what I always felt like. Is I feel too much. I had too much going on with creative ideas and things clashing, and I just wanted to quiet the noise sometimes. That was my attitude back in the day. But so we have to be careful. Yeah, the creatives got to be careful, and that's why I've said a lot of movies and TV shows and corporate logos, they'll have what we call Illuminati symbols, and
Absolutely.
a lot of it, right, and a lot of it's because it is Freemasons behind it, but a lot of it isn't, and a lot of it is those spirits working through creatives who aren't saved by Christ. That's the way I see it.
I would like to interject something.
Oh yeah, please.
About symbols, okay? I did not understand symbology whatsoever at all 5.5 years ago. My son, Jonathan, which thank you so much for your kind words when he died. I commented on one of your videos and you put a kind comment underneath mine, but
you're welcome. And I'm hoping everything's you're healing and hanging in there, okay?
I tell you, it's tough. It's hard even for someone who does have children to relate. But it's like just an ache, and the ache never goes away. But
I can understand.
I honestly feel like it's my fault in a sense that when Jonathan put himself through college and he wanted to be a doctor, but he didn't want to practice allopathic medicine. He wanted to practice homeopathic medicine. Well, there's only one place in San Diego. I'm now in Redding, but back then I was in San Diego. And I didn't know the symbols, and they were teaching him how to open his chakras, and they were, yep. And that Kabbalistic tree of life thing,
right?
That was like on some of his paperwork. And check this out: their school logo for that college is a pyramid with a sun.
Oh, of course, that is so unfortunate. Wow. Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Well, and Jonathan was very, very creative. Have you ever heard of the band Cheap Trick?
Of course.
Okay, Jonathan had a genius IQ, and I was told to abort him. Can you believe that? I didn't know I was. Yeah, I didn't know I was pregnant. This was in 1986. Didn't know I was pregnant. Had major surgery. Found out I was pregnant, and the doctor's all, "You need to exercise your choice." And I said,
"What?"
Yeah. It's like, you're not going to heal right. And on that point, yes, the doctor was right. I ended up being kind of, permanently disabled because the bones just wouldn't heal right. But anyway, I'm like, okay, I'll exercise my choice. And he's like, all right, have a retard. I kid you not, have a retard.
Oh my gosh.
So Jonathan was born. talking full sentences by 3, just genius of a kid. But anyway, he taught himself how to play about 19 different musical instruments, and he played with Cheap Trick in Las Vegas.
No way. That's great.
Way. Yeah, that was in 2010. And then, he did various and sundry other things. And then things started to really, really change with John when he was in college. I just noticed a darkness about him. As I said, I didn't know what a chakra was. And I didn't know that each yoga pose is actually part of a Hindu prayer.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I did not know this, and he'd be outside doing yoga. And he had these 2 friends. Both of them were practicing Satanists, and they made no bones about it. And I said, John, the Bible says that bad company corrupts good morals. And I really have a bad feeling about this. I don't think you should chill with these guys anymore. And he's like, but Mom, I want them to get saved. How can they get saved if somebody doesn't tell them? And I'm like, well, okay, you're an adult. And so anyway, flash forward to 2017. And I had been reading Hebrews 6. Now, please don't get upset with me, anybody who's hearing this. But my personal interpretation of Hebrews 6 is when it says, it is impossible for those that have tasted the light, the righteousness of God, if they fall away, to be brought again unto repentance as they crucify afresh the Son of God and hold him up to public shame. So John had flown up here to visit me, and he was just completely demonically oppressed. Okay. He had moments of clarity where I could relate to him, not just as a mom and son, but as to a sister and brother in Christ. And then his last day here, he ended up assaulting me.
Wow.
Yeah. And
you were like, this is not my son.
No, it was not Jonathan at all. Jonathan, I mean, I don't want to take up all your time. You've been so kind to let me speak this long. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no, you're great. And please continue and feel free to finish your thought. I've written to the people who are waiting. I appreciate everyone's patience, and that's how we'll do tonight. Y'all are, okay. It's always so wonderful. So please continue. We're on a roll.
Okay, great. Please, I'm old, so I'm going to talk. Plus, right. I'm Jewish, so there's that. So,
oh, great. Now you're gonna. Oh, good. Oh my gosh, that's a Jewish person. Some people are so hyper, whatever about that. And I was gonna. And let me ask you that, because I still want to hear your other thing, but the rest of your story.
Call me Laura. Call me Laura, by the way.
Thanks, Laura.
Using it's too long.
Right. Okay, Laura. That sounds good. Nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you too, KJ.
How do you feel about, because you see that in elements of that community on YouTube, it's the Jews right? I see this all the time. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, I totally get it. Okay. Now, my thoughts on this are twofold. I think that there is, Zionism, which is completely different, in my opinion, than having a Hebrew lineage. I belong to Yeshua HaMashiach, and that's that. We are all one in Christ. There's no longer Jew and Gentile, the Bible says, but we're all one in Hashem. So I don't take offense to that whatsoever at all. I think of it as they're confusing having Hebrew lineage with Zionism. And I think that secular Zionism is bad. Also, do you know much about Ashkenazi Jews?
Yes, I did a video about that YouTube no likey, so I put it on my website over a year ago.
Oh, did you?
Because didn't they have the swastika was also one of their symbols, I think, and or was it the seal of Saturn? That's what it was. It was the interlocking, pyramids. Okay, yeah, same thing, right? I'm with you. Mm-hmm. Please continue, though. A lot of people probably don't understand. You could probably give them a brief kind of understanding.
Essentially, without being too long-winded, Ashkenazi Jews believe that the only way to hasten the return of Jesus is to keep sinning, and the more sin, then the quicker, hasten his coming. At least that's how I was always taught. Instead of living like an Orthodox Jew and trying to remain kosher, they think basically more sin the better. Now, I don't know if my grandparents told me wrong or not, but that's my understanding of the Ashkenazi Jews.
Right. Yeah, there's a whole history there, and they came into the land, and they essentially this was the beginning of what a lot of us would call the synagogue of Satan. I guess that's why I think it's it's one of the buildings in Jerusalem. Maybe it's the Supreme Court, but there's a big Illuminati pyramid with an eye, right?
Yep, there is. Yep.
On top. So that's where I think some people take it too far, and they mix it up between who the Hebrews are, maybe who the real people are, right? Like kind of that the people from that area originally mixed up with there are wicked people who a lot of them aren't even Jewish, really. I mean, a lot of them are German, actually.
Actually, very, very true, KJ. Yes,
yeah.
That's absolutely correct. Yep.
Right. And they hide as Jews, and then they do all this evil crap. They took over Hollywood and everything else. So go ahead.
Speaking of, now I cannot say for sure if he's an Ashkenazi, but I did see an interview on, the channel Rise around Saturn's Eye.
Yes.
Okay. There was an interview there with, there was a Pharisee and there was an imam. And I cannot remember, honestly, if he referenced the Pope or not. But apparently they want everybody to be able to come to the new temple, and that we're all going to be one brotherhood and all this. And it made me think of the one world religion.
Yep.
Which in my opinion is just a hidden form of Luciferianism. I mean, it may not be true Luciferianism as in they feel that Lucifer is the good guy that gave us knowledge and Yehoshua is the bad one that, tried to keep us in the garden. But
sure. Yep.
Yeah, there's that. So it's like, he goes by many names. But it's all the same thing. I really, really appreciated your previous guest.
Oh, yeah, she was great. And thank you. And also now I want to, because now I'm still kind of wondering, I want to take you back real quick and because there's something you and I both ramble and I love it. So, but I want to go back to where
Jonathan.
He shows up and he had an oppressive spirit, just so we remember where we were. Okay,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So he was very, very oppressed. It was the day that my husband still has to work in La Jolla. He works down at Scripps Hospital. So he just flies back and forth every couple months and sees me. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is, it was the last day that Jonathan and my husband, Randy, were here. And John literally assaulted me. That's not my son. And so the very last words I said to my son were, "Jonathan, I love you so much." And that was the last words.
Oh, Laura, I'm glad that you at least got to say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's really cool, and I appreciate that. But here's the rub, is that I went into my prayer closet.
Yeah.
And I had been reading Hebrews 6 about, if you know Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and then you fall away, it's impossible to bring you again unto repentance, seeing as you crucify afresh the Son of God and hold him up to public shame. And I'm like, Lord, if he's in danger of eternal separation from you, just take him home. And 6 weeks later, my son was dead.
Wow. I don't even know how to process that, but that's incredibly powerful. I can tell you that. And that could be, just wow. What if that was the answer to the prayer? And is that really bad news? I mean, really? I mean, I think that's good news because it's telling you something. Also, as well as I do, at least, you're going to see him in a perfected form someday as well, So
I hope so. I mean, as I said, he had periods of time where he was, more or less clear-headed. But primarily, it was just such a dark, dark visit, and you could almost feel it off him. I know that sounds kind of silly, but you could really almost feel it off of him.
Did he have Jesus or?
Well, before all this, yeah. I mean, he had friends that were practicing Satanists, and he's like, "Mom, I want him to get saved." And I'm just going to put this out there, okay? I've been to prison for involuntary manslaughter. Okay.
Wow. Okay. Well, thanks for sharing, and that's all right. Go ahead. Continue.
Yes. Well, what happened, it was involuntary manslaughter. One of my daughter's 17-and-a-half-year-old friends stole a bottle of pills out of my medicine chest when she used the restroom. She OD'd. She died. I got blamed. So, as if I'm going to follow a 17-and-a-half-year-old person into the restroom and supervise her, whatever. But
right.
While I was in the joint for 3 years, there was this woman who was the mother of one of the Satanists, and she kind of mothered John while I was gone. And I remember right before I moved up to Reading, he was engaging her with the gospel of Christ.
Wow.
And she was saying, you know, you sound like a total fool right now. Do you realize that? You stupid effing Jesus freak. And she was just going off on him. And Jonathan looked at me and he's like, I know my children's looks. And that Jonathan look was, Mom, help me out here kind of a look. Like he felt like he was being totally attacked.
Yeah.
Because not only was this young man's mom there, but he was there, and then the other Satanist was there. And do you ever hear of the group called deicide? D meaning God and side meaning kill, so deicide to kill God. I mean, like
I'm familiar with the cradle of filth and all that stuff too, and I'm familiar with some of that. Yep.
So he looks at me, and I just quoted, you know, many are called, few are chosen, John. You know, and he understood that, but
well, I love that he had Christ, you know, and no matter what oppression or bad condition he was in, because, you know, we all get attacked. We have our struggles that, you know, that makes me feel good, at least. You know, I know that wasn't your goal, but I mean, I'm just saying as a friend, as a fellow follower of Christ, just saying, man, I feel good about that because, you know, like this is also temporary, man. You know, we know this. It's so temporary, and there's so much more beyond this, and so much more to learn, and who knows what we'll be doing. I don't know, but I know it's there. I know it's going to be incredible. We'll see each other again. It's going to be wonderful.
I know, right? It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing.
It's good stuff.
And I was, I don't know if you caught my comment. I don't know. Can you scroll backwards on this thing on the chat?
Oh, not really. Or on the,
there it is.
Oh, good. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you were saying about, you know, this world really has nothing for me and Chubbs can go with my folks, but, you know, I really would prefer to go before my mom and dad. I don't know.
After them, yeah.
Or forgive me. Yes, you're right.
No, that's okay, yeah.
My bad. I wrote, rejoice in the Lord always. I'm going to say rejoice. So, although it hurts every single day not to have, because John and I were the closest because they wanted to have me abort him. And I just poured so much love and time and energy into that child, thinking he was going to be, quote, damaged goods. But none of us are perfect. And it would not have mattered to me whatsoever at all if John had not had that genius IQ. Right. But there was a really, really tight bond there. That is not to say that I do not love my 35-year-old or, you know, my 30-year-old, my daughter. That's not to say that I would take a bullet for either of them or my husband or you for that matter.
Aw, thanks.
But
I hope it never happens.
Yeah, I don't know. I would like a headshot, but I was thinking about because really that's the best and least painful way to go is. But if you miss, you're kind of screwed. But
yeah, right. There's always that.
I was thinking about guillotines and
that'd be a nice quick way. I'm always concerned about these people that throw themselves off bridges and buildings and things because to me that'd be the worst way to do it, you know, because there have been some that survived and then they're just vegged out, you know. Yep. So
absolutely not a good way to go.
This is so morbid, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it's crazy how the Lord took John out too. He was actually down in San Diego, and I don't know if you're familiar with the area, but we have a trolley system and it's electric. Okay. You cannot hear those trolleys coming, especially in rush hour traffic. And where Jonathan was at, there was 6 lanes of traffic. It was rush hour, 6 lanes going eastbound, 6 going westbound. And then the MTS line was cutting right in the middle. They have that trolley right dead center in between east and west bound traffic. So do you have a general idea of what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so rush hour traffic is very, very loud. You cannot hear those trolleys. And, you know, I studied medicine. I did read the autopsy report. I know based upon the pathology report, the Lord took him in an instant. That train said, oh, I didn't even see him coming. But he was in a crosswalk and he had the right of way. And she claimed, oh, I didn't even see him.
Wow.
So I think that was all God. It had to have been.
Yeah. And I like that line of thinking that he took him quickly because, again, it's not to be morbid, but I've thought about even there was a news story about a month ago. It took place somewhere in California where somebody's dash cam caught somebody driving right off a cliff there. It looked like near Malibu. Yeah. You know, like out there near Malibu on, I can't remember the Pacific Coast Highway is what it is. You know,
Pacific Coast Highway is either 1 or 101. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's one of those, but it's where the ocean's on your side. And if you take one wrong turn, you're done, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
So the dash cam caught someone driving, I mean, hauling ass, and then hitting the bump and just flying, man, right into the ocean. It was amazing. It was weird.
Lord Jesus, that is so sad. Dear Lord.
So then I see that, and you wonder, I mean, if it wasn't a suicide or whatever it was, but you know, if it was an accident or something, and say they were a saved person, that's just an example I'm giving you, but do I think the Lord's going to let them suffer that 30 seconds of screaming and freaking out, or will he just boom and take the people? You know.
Well, I didn't mean it in that sense.
Okay.
In the autopsy report, and is this going to get you banned if I talk about this?
I don't think so. No. I mean, I don't know. You know, it's so hard to say on YouTube. That's why I really do pray about it all the time. It's like, Lord, please protect the channel, because
Amen.
The rules change day by day, man. You never know with these goobers. But go ahead.
Well, then I'll just use my medical terminology.
Sure.
So, your calvarium, your cranium.
Yes.
It had a 5 centimeter decompression in the occipital lobe. So similar to what would happen to one being shot from the back in the head. That was his primary injury. Of course, there was other injuries as well. But as you know, even if a cop or a correctional officer takes out their baton and hits you hard enough on the head, you're going to pass out.
Right?
So my line of thinking is anybody whose primary impact injury would be the calvarium, and that's 5 centimeters. That's a man. So in my humble opinion, I did not perform the autopsy, obviously.
Yeah.
But after reading the summation, I just came to the conclusion that God took him the least painful way for me as possible. Does that make sense?
It does.
Because I think the Lord had mercy on me as well.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
And the Lord knows the way my mind works in that direction.
Yeah.
And I think the Lord knew that I could process all of this better. It would have been much different if he had been run over by a wheel and there was a hemicorectomy that happened, like hemicorectomy cut in half, by the wheels. That would be one thing, because he would have lingered for a long time. But just the impact, the primary impact of the calvarium, to me, it gave me a peace. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Yeah, I feel that, and I do believe that the Lord God speaks to us individually in ways like that only we can get, like little things that you'll happen. And you'll be like, oh, you see that? You know what I mean? I know what you mean. It's hard to put into words. Happens to me a lot as well. I know I'm getting a chill now. That happens.
No,
too,
yeah, me too. Right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
I can see it in your work on your videos, because when you get on a thread, it's like, I know that like there's something that KJ knows that I, not being that creative, I'm more scientifically oriented.
Right.
Not creative. It's like I can kind of catch. I don't want to compare you with my son whatsoever at all, but him being a musician, like he would get on threads like you do, and he's making all of these connections with this, and that, but not with the type of material that you produce, but with other things. Yeah.
No, that makes sense. And yeah, he sounds like he has the creative mind as well. He had the creative mind, and it's even like the stuff I do, I don't even tell everybody, because again, I don't want to sound like a kook to people. I know I won't to everybody.
You don't. No, you do not. Because I was totally asleep when I moved up here. And in fact, we didn't know if we could afford the house up here and my husband living in San Diego, because no one's going to hire me in my profession as a convicted felon. Okay. Ain't gonna happen, right? So I didn't have a TV. I wasn't really using electricity. All I had was my cell. And that's how I discovered you.
Wow.
Yeah, I discovered you on my Android. And I watched the scariest movie ever. And I was like, whoa, this so makes sense. Oh my goodness. oh my goodness, this makes sense. I got a brain. How could I not see that aluminum cannot penetrate steel reinforced concrete? How did I not see this? You know what I mean?
I do. I love it. That's great. I'm glad that my work has helped in any way. It's crazy. And I'll just, for the rest of the people waiting, we'll be moving along here
I'm so
shortly.
sorry,
Thanks
y'all.
for your patience.
I'm
No,
so sorry,
Laura.
y'all.
People in chat been loving it too. It's been great chatting with you. But in fact, yeah, I don't even want to take up more of your time. Please continue if there's anything else you wanted to share with us here. Also, I wanted to say this. Let me ask you this question.
Sure.
In the chat, I see people, they keep screaming about Noahide laws.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
of course I know. Yep,
what do you know about that?
Well, there's 7 of them. Okay. I don't have them memorized, but the one that should be concerning, hold on, let me look at the chat. Yeah. Okay. So the Noahide law is basically how it should concern followers of Jesus. Is the last rule is you can only serve one God. And if you read the original Hebrew version of the Bible, where it says, and the Lord said, let there be light, and the Lord saw the light and it was good. I mean, there's like, I think it's 27 times the word Elohim is used. Elohim is a plural noun, like trucks or cars. So we know that Elohim means literally in the Hebrew, gods, but we know it as the 3-in-1 Godhead, you know, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, co-eternal, you know what I'm saying, co-eternal, coexist, and all this. So as Christians, we know this. However, in the Noahide laws, they look at that as Trinitarianism, and to them, Trinitarianism is polytheism. It's worshiping many gods. And so the 7th of the Noahide laws is, you know, under penalty of death, you're not going to worship all, you know, Father, Son. It's no polytheism, basically.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm glad you explained some of that, because a lot of people bring that up. Like, apparently it's something that there's.
Yes, it was signed into law in the United States of America. Yes, the Noahide laws were signed into law. Oh gosh, I'm so old. I want to say it was under Bush Senior.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You want me to fact check that? Let me fact check.
Yeah, okay. That's okay. But I'm glad you addressed it, because again, it's one of those subjects I don't know a whole lot about, but I see people always talking about it and asking about it. And yeah, perhaps that's, I guess maybe that'll be a way of depending. Well, their Messiah returning is going to be our Antichrist. You know, I think that's
absolutely
right. That's
100%.
The thing a lot of people don't see. So perhaps that will be a part of the Antichrist, you know, the New World religion in the very end. Maybe those will be the laws they go by, perhaps. You know, maybe that'll be there, right?
Yeah. And I would really encourage everybody to look that up. Again, I do think it was under Bush Senior, or it could have been Clinton, but I remember being a much younger woman and seeing that signed into law. And I was like, that just doesn't seem too good to me. You know,
yeah,
you know, just didn't seem too good to me.
It'll be one to watch. But on that note, Laura, I just wanted to say, now, is there anything else you wanted to share with us before we go? I want to make sure you had your chance to speak. And
no, you've been totally amazing and very, very patient, and I enjoyed your active listening. I feel like you really heard me, and
of course,
keep. You know, I don't know if YouTube would let me a video on the Noahide laws. I don't know. Do they listen to your voice? Do they listen to your voice? Is that how the algorithm picks up keywords, or do they screen your stuff, or what
they do is they automatically set the captions on every single video that gets uploaded now, and then their algorithm just reads the words. So if there's, you know, too many of one kind of word in there, I showed some hackers leaked it a while back, all the trigger words for YouTube. And one of the big ones was Antichrist. Like, that'll get you in trouble. And I have that on so many of my videos. Yeah, right. So that's what they did, is they started doing it that way. Then they started attacking everyone's channels. And, you know, back in the day, I put tags all the way from the, you know, Rothschilds, Illuminati, New World Order. all of us did that stuff. Well, that's the stuff they started coming for. That's why so many channels like mine disappeared. That's why a lot of people gave up, because it's not fun having to constantly fight against this system. They've had my channel on lockdown for subs for ever since the beginning of 2019. They're by their metrics, I've only gained about 2,000 or 3,000 subs in about 2 years. But
no, that's a load of
right?
crap. That's a load of crap right there.
Exactly. And see, so that happens to the other creators too. And we don't get the views we used to. So and maybe you are, but they're not showing you. That's why I always wonder. But that pisses people off, So again, I can't blame a lot of the people for giving up. And that's why I've said before that, I've kind of, and I'll come back to it, but I don't have as much joy sometimes creating. I love doing live shows. That's always fun for me. But I have trouble with the joy, because it's become more a part of my mission, because there's so much pain involved sometimes, honestly, with creating now and putting it on YouTube, because you don't know if if it's going to stay up, if it's going to, the people are going to see it, if it's going to if they're going to take it down, if they're going to, and all that stuff, and it's like, you got to be careful with things and how you say things. And so it just makes it more of a challenge. So I've embraced the challenge, and I look at it like these are the gifts God gave me, and I'm going to keep using them. This is what I do, So even if I'm not constantly happy doing it, it's not always about that. It's also about the job, the mission of it, and to really keep trying to wake people up. That's what it is. You keep working to help wake them up in the weird way that I do. And then hopefully from there, they can branch on to maybe people that can teach them more about the gospel and like all the Bible and all that,
Exactly. And on that note, what I've always wanted to say to you, and like, don't get big headed or anything on me, KB.
I won't.
I have always wanted to have a discussion with you, because you know how the word says that all of heaven rejoices over one sinner that repents?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, well, conversely, if I hadn't seen your work and work of some other creators, but it was your documentary, the scariest movie ever, that woke me up to Signs and Symbols, and I just tore into it, and I recognized Jonathan's the symbology on his college work and on his college T-shirt and all of these things.
Wow.
In my mind, okay, I made the connection that there's something really deep and dark going on here. It wasn't that he broke up with a girlfriend. It wasn't, that he's thinking about filing bankruptcy or student debt. I knew from watching your videos that there was something very deep and very dark that had been almost like a portal that was affecting him, because he was not like this before he went to college whatsoever at all. And like opening your chakras and your pineal gland and this sort of thing.
So dangerous.
And so anyway, as all of heaven rejoices over one sinner that repents, even though your work is really hard, even though they're manipulating the algorithm, manipulating your view count, manipulating your subs, just know that in all likelihood, you saved a potentially person losing their salvation to hell.
Oh, Laura, thank you. I sure hope so. And Laura, and thank you. And that's the stuff that matters the most right there at the end of the day. That's it right there. And honestly, it's so heavy for me to think about that I don't think about it. A while back, my mom was asking me how many views I have on YouTube. I went and looked at the channel. It's over like 100 million, views. And even that gave me a shock, because I know the stuff I do, my heart's in this and I really care, and I'm trying. I never claim to know everything or whatever, but I'm trying. And I know I've got to reach a lot of people. And for me to sit there, and my mom was saying, wow, and you talk about God and Jesus sometimes in your videos. It's like, well, yeah, sometimes it's kind of what I try to lead them towards,
Yeah, absolutely. What else are we here for?
Right. So anyway, but yeah, I just thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. And thank you for just being so open and honest and telling us your great story, man. Everything. Just thanks for sharing you and your story, and just God bless you. I appreciate you.
And you as well, my brother. And I know it's hard, but really, really, truly are reaching people. I mean, I share your stuff a lot, so I know you're getting more views. And I'm sorry that the enemy, who is a liar from the beginning, even lies about your subs, your views, etc. But please, brother, keep up the great work, okay?
Thank you, Laura, so much. We'll talk to you soon. Take care, okay?
And you as well. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Hey, for all y'all still waiting, thank you so much. We're making our way through. That was another great talk. So far, it's been fantastic. I have to say, this right here is going to be a very special treat. This is Vosto Vlad. Is he there?
I'm here, my friend. How are you doing?
Man, guys, if you don't know about Vosto Vlad, we go way back on YouTube, been YouTube friends forever, and we've chatted before in the past as well. And just one of my friends, man. And you've been around for a long time, and you're doing music more now, I believe, right?
That is true. I don't even know how to tackle this subject, actually, because people mainly have known me on YouTube. Well, known me. I have nothing compared to your powers, my friend. But
now.
I had my small little audience, and they knew me for the video game series and me exposing it, of course, which I did with a lot of pleasure,
Yeah.
I made a bunch of episodes. I think it's enough to prove the point, because it did take a lot of time, like two weeks. Like, you have to play the game, you have to record it, you have to get the good parts that people will be interested in, and you have to make a point, send a message. And I did that with all passion. And I always wanted to make my videos in an artistic way. And when I saw, sometimes I would see a random comment from you on the videos, and I was feeling like a rock star visited me or something. That was always good to see,
Well, thanks, man. I genuinely liked your work. That's, I guess, how we started really communicating. And for people who might not know, can you tell them where to find your stuff on YouTube? And he does some decoding type stuff as well, or he did, and he's a musician as well.
I still have the videos on my channel for sure. Cool. So the channel is still the same. It's just Vosto Vlad, VOSTOVLAD. And cool. I still have the videos there. I have a bunch of playlists, one with my music stuff, one with my conspiracy theory oriented stuff. And I don't know, man. I don't know. I saw your live stream. Sometimes I listen to live stream, but I don't really participate because it's so late. It's like 3 a.m. where I am, whenever you launch your show.
I know. I've been meaning to do a earlier show, which I will. I'm going to do an earlier show soon at 2 p.m. my time. It'll be, I think, just early evening for you guys, so that'll be cool. But sorry, go ahead.
I listen to it, but I don't participate. It's kind of like I fall asleep to your
good
talks and conversations, and in some way it's not so good because I don't hear all the topics being discussed. But
well, it's all crazy. I can tell you that.
Today I decided to actually join, because we haven't really been. I haven't been in this universe. I've been mainly focusing on my music creation and stuff like that, which is going pretty good, actually. I'm pleasantly surprised that I can do that kind of passion and make something out of it. It's not for nothing.
Yeah, you enjoy it, right? And it's a part of you, and you're good at it. So yeah, man, it feels good to get that creative energy going and create, right? And that's one of the best feelings ever, beyond money, gifts, presents, hugs, kisses. It's just when you can create something original and unique and you can see that people appreciate it. Isn't that such a great feeling?
It's a fantastic feeling. I got it from making videos as well, but there was something with the videos. Like, I saw that I can understand this because people were seeing only one side of my personality. So when I started to change and I added some other stuff in my channel, they no longer appreciated that. Well, a lot of them still did, but a lot of them were like, man, you can't, like, they felt betrayed because I dared to do a different subject. And I understand that because that's how I branded my channel. It was all about games exposed, right? So that makes complete sense. I can't blame anyone.
Man, that's a good point, though. It is, because that's how YouTube culture, internet culture, some of this stuff can be. And I'm sure if you did it nowadays, you could always just do like a backup channel. Say, hey, I created a new channel. It's a new thing I'm trying. Because see, I'm thinking there's a couple of animators who approached me that I keep telling them we're going to work on something, but I'm still trying to figure out the merchandise stuff and all that too. But I've been thinking about working with some animators and doing short animated videos about things, you know, that matter and explaining stuff or whatever, but something different. I'm not going to put that on my main YouTube channel for that reason, because you never know.
Let me tell you something about animation.
Okay.
I'm not going to say any names or anything, but my girlfriend is currently working for an educational animation company.
Cool.
Somewhere in UK. And they actually do the animations for some schools in the United States. And what I want to say is that they really started the brainwashing now. And I'm not even sure
what's happening.
If I'm allowed to say on this channel. Like, I'm still really glad that your channel is active and stuff, because it's
thanks, man.
Active, you know, like you were saying earlier. But
yeah, just got to pray about it.
Starting, man, like they like the company makes the educational videos, right, with the animation, and you know, my girlfriend being part of the company, they suddenly received orders to do only, you know, they had like, they were all on this diversity thing, of course, you know, so to have different characters, diverse characters. But even if they had only like only one white person character, that was not accepted. So they tell them to remove that completely. So only other type of, like, it's like first it was inclusion and now it's exclusion. So I don't really want to develop this topic because it may be dangerous for your channel. But
you know, I feel what you're saying. It's okay. I think we can kind of get into that a little bit because, you know, I mean, I do that, of course, my, you know, weekly news type show, and that's a subject I covered quite a bit, is the kind of, you know, the trans thing and the LGBT stuff, mainly that targeted towards the children. Also how they're taking over female athletics, which is just insanity.
Well, it's exactly. And there was that too. There was like, there's supporting only stories about little girls being successful in boy sports, while the boys don't do the boy things anymore. Right. So that's, we're talking about a big company, educational animations and stuff like that.
And so they're kind of cutting out the kind of regular white people, or I guess they call them cisgender,
and the
or something.
The masculine things are not allowed, and they gotta remove all white males, especially.
Man, well, that's just something that they've been. There's I need to look up. I have some notes on that, on kind of the theory, because it has to do with them breaking down the borders as well and flooding different cultures, specifically white cultures or white countries, predominantly white countries, with foreign invaders, if you will. And that's the way it's been throughout history. They've demolished other empires that way by mixing in the breeds, and then the new. I'm not trying to. This is just a historical thing, but they mix in the invaders that come in. They refuse to take on the ways that have already been established, right? Like church or the religions there or whatever it is, and they force the people that they're taking over to take on their beliefs and whatnot. I mean, are you with me on this? I'm kind of piecing it together a bit.
No, it makes sense. That's how you destroy a whole culture, and in this case, it's I don't know how to say these things, man, because we're not allowed to say them in the New World Order. It's like I don't even know how to express myself. You know, like you kind of think in your mind, what words can you use to not sound, because you immediately get depicted like as a like racist and all that stuff immediately, and it's not true. Like, okay, diversity and all, but do you really have to exclude us completely? You know, well, and they're getting order that like it's not conspiracy theory anymore. You know, it's not just me and you talking. This is like I'm talking from the inside, from a company that orders the creative people who want to be creative and do the characters how they want. They say, no, don't do this character anymore. Do only what we tell you to do. And if you don't like it, you are an expendable thing.
Yeah, when I hear stories like that, because of course we know that's happening, and I'm finding news stories every week that are stories where people are actively, and this is a lot of times in university, they're actively going after white people or excluding white people. And there's Netflix has Dear White People, and there's all this divisive commentary in America, this black versus white versus brown versus black, where, you know, it's terrible. It really is. So they love dividing us up like this, that's for sure, right? And then kind of turning us all against each other. But you know, when I hear stories like that and about the programming, it makes me think how important it is for us, all of us, to be out here in the world telling the truth, right? Because that just goes to show you what we're up against, one element. So sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that in this type of environment, where you probably about the truth, you're saying about the truth, like when you work at the company like this, that is like a artistic environment, mostly people are gonna express only like progressive views and you know, this type of like feminist rhetoric and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And if there are people in the company like my girlfriend who have different opinions, but they can't express them because then they feel like, I don't know, like you have to do good socializing too. Like the company kind of promotes you and stuff like that based on how you act with the group. And if you're not in the same mentality with them, then you risk, you know, not being seen as a weirdo.
Right. Well, you know,
can't express anything, and you like my girlfriend has no more passion to work for that company. So
well, I think
know.
that's good, because I feel all this as we're literally seeing the separation of the wheat from the tares. I think that's a good thing. We don't want it. You don't want her or you to be around a company like that filled with a bunch of the people who are already sold out to this new world order way of thinking, right? It's just they're all blindly accepting, you know, the politically correct, this is the way we have to be, and following the rules. And you know, those are the worst people to be around. You know, so yeah, go ahead.
We need to create alternatives. We need to create things for our type of people. And for example, in comic books, in comic books, there is also an attack on these creators, who like people telling them what characters to create and what stories to create. But in comics, they made a movement called the Comics Gate, and they kind of support each other on Twitter and social media in general. And they're doing really great financially, because the people who are sick of this mainstream rhetoric, they are tired. They want an alternative, and that alternative is them to see, you know, in a hashtag, when you go on an Indiegogo or a Kickstarter, you know, just type the secret code, which is Comicsgate, and then you find out all the creators that do freedom-based comics with freedom of creativity.
I love it.
So if you are an artist, that's what you should try to join. If you're tired of working for companies that tell you what to do, you should try find these type of movements, because they are much more successful, you know.
I do. That's great, man. I mean, that's
even financially, I'm speaking even that, you know, because there's many people sick of this stuff.
Yeah, that's where we're at with a lot of people. I mean, like so-called creators on YouTube like myself, you know, a lot of us are mostly funded just by the audience at this point, through Patreon, PayPal, whatever, you know, and a lot of people do merchandise and things like this, and sponsorships. But, you know, a lot of us like myself got used to YouTube paying the bills. You know, I did it for years, and it never was about money. I just felt it was a blessing. I could do what I love to do, and I would get money. It was like, this works out fantastic, you know. But then that time's gone away now, and we're seeing more censorship come in, and now we're seeing the audience stepping up. And even I support some creators out there. I support some people on Patreon too. So that's the kind of community that we're having to build now, just to give independent voices some kind of a platform in this world, you know.
Well, I totally agree that like you should be able to make something because you provide value.
Yeah.
And people appreciate value. So you give them value, you give us the value, like we watch your videos, and it makes perfect sense for us to contribute and stuff like that. But if you ever want animation for your videos, you can contact me, and I can put you in touch with my girlfriend, and maybe,
man,
she can finally do
thanks.
something that she likes to participate in or something.
Hey, that could be really cool. Maybe we could create. Maybe I could get with all three of them. Who knows? And maybe we can make a movie together where we all work together. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing ideas out there, but I'm excited for stuff like this. That's what keeps me going, is doing new things.
And I can help you with the soundtrack. I can help you with the sounds. Because
dude, awesome. Well, we've emailed each other, haven't we? Do you have my email?
I don't have your email, but I have your Skype. But I'm not sure if you're
oh right.
Anymore.
We're on Skype. Yeah, I'm on there every now and then, but you can always email me if you want, or Skype, thescariestmovieever@gmail.com. And then we can talk more, okay?
If I send a message or something, I'll just caps it all with like Vosto Vlad in all in caps. So you
okay. That'll work. Thanks, man.
That can be the message.
Thanks.
But I also wanted to hear something from you today, because I didn't hear you talk about it. Maybe you have, but I don't know. What's your take on this Corona situation in the world?
Man, I think in fact, I've got a video that a short one I'm going to do on it, and I need to do it tomorrow. It's not going to be, I just want to show people something where it's beyond obvious at this point that this is something that was man-made, and it was released, and now we're in the thick of it. But China, of course, it's hard to believe what comes out of China, but now China is saying that they finally got control of it, and they're shutting down all these extra hospitals they built and all this, and some other countries are saying that they're starting to see the numbers slide down now. So I don't know. I mean, and it does have a lot of interesting symbolism about the pale horse riding and pestilence and everything, right? And I'd seen some people making a point. This was in a forum. I saw somebody pointing this out. In I Pet Goat 2, the movie, it's totally lesser magic, right? It's a very occult movie, all about what's happening and where we're heading. But even in that movie, there's a sequence where there's a little boy who looks sick. There's I guess a bottle of pills next to him or something. He's got a snake on his head, and in his eye, it's saying markets crash. And they recently had that in America, markets crash, right? A few times. And then right after that, there's 3 American bombers that fly by, and it looks like they're bombing Turkey or some Middle Eastern country. So, I don't know, man. I mean, I know I'm going off in some weird directions here. This is me connecting those threads. But so, I think it's a part of the agenda. I think that what America calls the left, but it's really just it's a Luciferian people, man. It's the Antichrist spirit. We're going to see a lot of people trying to build this up into something worse because they want that control mechanism put in. That's why Trump originally just was going to get $2 billion for this. The Democrats or the Congress kept pushing for $8 billion, and he finally caved on $8 billion. That's a lot of money, especially for something that looks like other countries say they're controlling. It looks like maybe something we can maybe get a hold of. If we do, where's all that money going to? Well, that money, I think, could be used for enacting medical martial law if they wanted to. And then the FEMA regions are activated throughout America. I think there's 13. They comprise multiple states. Yeah, then we start seeing the real New World Order things start up, right? But that potential's there. So we really are seeing a battle for that, I think, in a lot of ways. It's very interesting. But it's definitely a time not to be living in fear and freaking out and spazzing out. I think that's what the enemy wants. I think the fear of it and the potential to have more control over humanity of it, that's what I'm concerned about. But the virus itself, yes, it's deadly. It is a real thing, but I'm not as worried about that, or we're not even worried, just watching. That makes sense.
2 main things that I'm concerned about.
Okay.
Looking at the situation in Italy, right, where the cities got shut down, and you can't really do anything. Like, there's no public gatherings, and with no public gatherings, you basically stop 2 things, which I think are important. Like, one is you stop the ability for people to protest about things, right?
Yeah.
And the second one is you stop people from going to churches and praying together. I think this is very important for the spiritual people.
Oh, yeah.
And there is also, maybe it's like a test to see how people behave if they don't go outside and interact in the real world even more. Like we had people blocked in their smartphones all the time, but now they're going to be blocked in their cage, in their room, all the time, and people won't go outside. It's like a test. And then imagine a dystopian future where who knows where this thing can spread. Like maybe it's not just this year. I get ready for this year to see a bunch of countries being in like complete lockdown, because that's what they say in the graphics. If you watch like the statistics, what happened to Italy will happen soon to France, Spain, Germany, and it just goes on and on. So people will just be like, maybe in the future they'll just keep this going, and it's not safe to go outside. It's not safe to look at the sky. Just
of course
stay inside. Just use the internet, and we will create you this reality, this fantastic reality. I don't know if it will go there, but where
I think it will.
And we're all going to be plugged in the Matrix. So outside, it's evil, right? Just like how in the Matrix movie, you see that the world above is completely destroyed, and everyone lives. The survivors live underground, and the rest live plugged into the Matrix.
Exactly.
So that's the prediction. I think.
No, I'll add something to it, because here's I think a piece of that puzzle is I recently did a video on the connection between 5G and virtual reality. It's a huge connection with the Internet of Things, and they're openly talking about the connection of all this, because they ultimately want all of us into virtual reality as well. So there you go. Perhaps this, or maybe the next released bioweapon or whatever will be the one. Maybe it's this one. I don't know. But maybe they keep doing this stuff. Like you say, they do the lockdowns, the medical martial laws, keep the people quarantined in their homes. And then what are the people going to do? Plug into virtual reality. They can escape now. And then ultimately, then the Antichrist comes, and it's a virtual reality something. And who knows?
Yeah. And then you can just shut down like everyone with a button, right? All the consciousnesses once you plug in. It's so easy.
Right.
But
man, I'll be living out in the woods by that point. If we're still around here, I'm going to be out in the woods somewhere.
Yeah, I actually run like it's not like this is the shameless plug, right?
Go ahead.
But I run a radio called Night Ride FM, and it's all about like synthwave retro music.
Cool.
And it's always live also, like on my website, and also on YouTube. It has its own channel, whatever. But in the chat room, there was this random guy today who joined, and he was talking about how he made this cabin in the woods. And, like he came in a place of people talk about music, right? But he was telling us about all this cool stuff he made in the mountain cabin with, stockpiles and everything. And he has like these sensors that go for acres around the house to detect motion.
That's cool.
And I was imagining that he has like even some laser turrets who protect him from the invaders. But,
yeah, man.
I don't know. I think these are the people that will survive a scenario like this. And if we stay, like I'm thinking about this smartphone generation, right? Like, we know how, like, no one knows anything how to do. And
well, I'm
like
sorry.
Vosto,
before I forget, how can the people find your website and your music, if you don't mind telling us?
It's just it's called nightride.fm.
Nightride.fm.
Nightride. I will put this in the private
in the chat
channel.
Okay, there you go. Cool. That'll work. I just wanted to let you get it out there, but go ahead, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off from your train of thought.
Synthwave, retro inspired music. It's
John Carpenter style.
Exactly, yes. And
I love it.
And way beyond that stuff. I'll tell you later if you want. But what was my train of thought?
Yes, five.
Go
ahead.
These are the people that will survive, the ones who can actually do something, not the people who think that they live in a super safe world because they look at a smartphone and they think that they are smart. Or, people don't read anymore. They just read headlines. They don't it's so I'm following stuff like this on YouTube now. I'm following people that relax me when I listen to them. Like this, there's this guy in Norway who has a really cool channel, and he talks positively about things like masculinity and just being like how to appreciate values like the family and stuff like that, and how to be courageous and like a positive masculine role.
Yeah.
And he goes in, while he talks about these wisdom topics, he goes in the woods, and you can just enjoy the ambience, like kind of how you have put this campfire here, but it's so cool. And you see these cool landscapes, and he also makes like a tea on the fire, and you see him in the process of making that, and then he starts talking, and sometimes he reads from a book, like some poetry that has some really wise words in it. So I feel like I really get something out of that, as opposed to the regular YouTube channels. Bjorn, it's some kind of crazy
Southern dude says he's
Bjorn
like
Andreas
a Viking
Bolhan.
dude. Huh?
Yeah, Bjorn Andreas Hansen.
Okay, cool.
He's the Viking dude, definitely.
Viking dude. All right.
Yeah,
well, good.
I can put this in the private chat room.
Okay. So, yeah, and thanks for sharing that, man. It's people need a little bit of a release from all the madness here. So otherwise, man, is there anything else, like as far as what's happening with the outside of coronavirus? Is anything else you're seeing you think is kind of crazy?
Well, I don't know, my friend. The stuff in the video games, that's what I see. I played the Metro, the entire Metro game series. There's like 3 parts, and initially you think that the game is made by indie developers. You think that only mainstream games are influenced by this occult stuff.
Yeah,
but it's also in the indie sort of scene. Sometimes they don't even know it. I think that these influences are also coming in like spirit form and influencing you without realizing. You think that you are creating that, but it's someone else. And I've seen that someone wrote a friend of mine wrote poetry, and I read it, and it seemed very satanic to me. I can't remember the lines now, but then I explained my interpretation to that person, and he was like, "Oh, well, I didn't really think about that stuff."
Yeah,
and it's the same with this stuff, but it's very specific. I don't go out, my videos, right? I don't go on something unless I'm really certain that it's very specific and like there's some details and the puzzle is completed. Otherwise, I don't do a video. So I was looking at this Metro game, and this about the Dark Ones, and these are like some black goo type beings that initially they are the enemy, but then the game slowly says that they are good and that humanity is evil for attacking them. You have multiple endings, right? And if you choose to destroy them, because you have the option to destroy them, they give you like this spooky background music, and they tell you that you are a really bad person.
Wow.
Well, in a philosophical way, like they actually convince you that you are not a peaceful individual, because you don't want to collaborate with this unique race, right? That is superior to humans. But and the other ending is you save them, and if you save them, then they give you this super positive ending, like you are the best in the world. And during the gameplay, you also meet this little child who is like a child black goo type creature that helps you around. So to develop this emotional connection, because he's a child and he's so innocent and blah blah blah, and he helps you around with the superpowers. I don't know, and they tell you some really cool stuff in the game. like about the war between the gods, but you have to really pay attention because it's in like some secret spots where the soldiers talk to each other, and once they see you, they attack you. So you have to kind of stay hidden and listen to the entire conversation to hear all the juicy stuff. And I recorded some of that stuff. It's really cool. And they also make fun of Christians. They make fun of Christians in the recent game, Metro Exodus. They portray them as some crazy cultists who are all against technology and see electricity as evil. But even though that actually makes sense, if you look in the depth, because like Satan is represented as the lightning bolt and stuff like that. Like that's like basic stuff for us, right? And if you listen how they are portrayed, you will tell that they are directly making fun of people like you and me.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they I mean, it's everywhere, and it's always, turning the dark to light. That's exactly what they're doing, and it's even more unfortunate that they keep doing it in the video games, because we know that that's one of the first place the younger kids go. They're more interested in video games as young, right, kids than they are watching TV. I'm guessing, right?
So I was born in them. I play games since I was 7.
Right. So yeah, and that's our minds are so impressionable. There's a game I've played. There's only a couple games I play. They're on Steam, just stuff I can play on the computer. And one of them I played for like 20 years. It's an online game I played for 20 years. And it's capture the flag type stuff. It's called Team Fortress Classic.
Yeah, sure.
Right. It's old school. But not long. Huh?
I was saying it was made by Valve company who actually owns Steam. They made Half-Life. That's also a very interesting game to check out.
Well, I just noticed symbolism in this game I've played for 20 years. I just never paid attention, but just a few years back, I finally noticed something. But on the back of it, you can be a scout, which is one of the characters. He's real fast. He's the only one that has it. But on the back of his jacket, there is a pyramid with an eye in the middle. And then I started looking for more stuff, and I realized that the symbol for the game is a skull inside the hexagon of Saturn. I was like, oh, wow. So no wonder I'd been hooked on that game for so many years. I mean, maybe that's a part of it, The
logo of the company is also a head with this valve in the one eye. So you got only one eye.
Oh, I never... Yeah, right. I've seen that. I just never connected that.
In my Games Exposed series, I always start with the company logo to enforce it even stronger, because this stuff is, we're not joking around. We're not just trying to make views,
That's true, my friend. Well, hey, man, on that note, Vosto, I guess I probably need to move on in just a moment, but I still want to give you a little bit if there's anything you wanted to finish a thought on and anything else you wanted to say.
Well, I just want to say, take care of your life. Try to do what you can in this world to change it for the better. Make a family, it's very important. Even if it seems like there are dark days, God will take care of you.
Thanks.
And all this kind of message. That's what I want. Let's just be humans to the best of our ability and not digital like these guys want to turn us in.
That's a beautiful message.
Yeah, thanks for doing your shows, man.
Man, you're welcome. And it's been so nice talk. We'll talk more later. Like, you got my email and everything, and we got Skype, and we'll chat more later, man. But just thanks so much. It's good catching up with you, man. And thanks for sharing. And we'll talk to you later, bud.
No problem. See you guys later.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
See ya. All right, guys. Again, for those of y'all waiting, thanks so much. I've got Fedor is next. Then it's Ron, Angel, Michael, Brenda, and Armor Up. So cool, man. We got a great lineup here. Going to keep on moving. Been a great group so far, man. It's really nice catching up with Vosto Vlad. All right, Fedor, before I bring you in here, I'm going to take a quick drink of water here. 1 second. All right. There we go. Hey, Fedor, are you there?
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. How are you?
Okay, nice. I was waiting to, for this moment.
Oh, good. Thank
like,
you.
for hours.
Man, I know. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, no problem. I was speaking with Vlad on chat, because he's from Romania, I'm from Serbia. We're close to each other.
Oh, cool.
So here is like almost 3 a.m.
Wow. Well, thanks for staying up so late, man. I hope you don't have to go to work in the morning or anything.
Well, no. That's why I'm staying here.
Good.
So yeah, I'm following you for some time,
Thank you.
And your channel is great. I like the way you're doing it. Because
I appreciate that.
Yeah, because I think people are blind. That's the biggest problem. They're watching media too much. They're on the phones, on watching TVs all the time. They don't use their brain like they need to use it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So they're brainwashed.
I've got an example of that I'll share with you. This is a pretty crazy one. So my mom and dad are what in America, I guess it's an American saying, but they're salt of the earth type people. In other words, they're Christians. They're very kind of innocent minded, though, even at their age. They're very, believe in Jesus, love Jesus, God, pray, all that stuff. They don't proselytize or preach to people. We're very kind of a quiet family with our religion. But my parents are very innocent and sweet people. So with the work I do, I learned over 10 years ago to not even deal with my parents with this stuff because I tried in the very beginning and it just wasn't happening.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Right. But then check this out. All right. So I've got an aunt and she's suffered quite a few losses. She lost her husband and her son within the last, I guess it's been about 3 years now. Her son was close to my age. He was a musician. I was very close to him. And he was a little younger than me, but he even lived in LA with me and all this other stuff. But long story. Anyway, so after we lost them, my Aunt Doris started kind of asking me questions about my videos. She started, investigating things. And I'm just telling you that as a setup. That happened a few years ago. Now, flash forward to just about a week ago or so, a few days ago. My mom called me in the morning. We were just kind of having a regular talk about something. And she brought up Barack Obama for some reason. My parents are Republican, but she brought him up. And I don't know why, but I didn't snap at her, but I just kind of jumped right into my mode. I go, but Mom, you know that Michelle is Michael Robinson. You know this, right? And then my mom's like, no, what do you mean? And then I went ahead and explained it to her a little bit, right? And she was listening. And I was giving her details on things, talking about the kids and all this, you can't find pictures of this and that. And so that was it. Then we had about 10 minutes. I just went off. I didn't realize it. And then we got off the phone. I forgot about it. The next day, my mom calls me again in the morning, and she doesn't usually call me all the time. She called me in the morning, say, hey, what's going on? She says, you're never going to believe what happened. I said, what happened? She says, my sister called me last night, which is my Aunt Doris, called my mom that night, the night before, or right after we had talked, to tell her that she just found out that Michelle Obama was a man and had all the details on it. All right.
Yeah.
So
that's an interesting story.
Yeah.
Some events, from life can, open your eyes, definitely, I think.
Right.
The perception of viewing things, I think.
Well, go ahead. Don't let me take over our conversation. Yeah. So what's on your mind?
When from young age I was aware that, how to say, it's not like they're representing you to see, you know what I mean? I had a feeling that we're living in the fake world. That's the right word I can say. And I'm also a fan of horror movies, gaming, everything, and all that symbolism. I was aware, and I had interest to read about that, to watch documentaries, and that's how I found your channel. I was scrolling around on YouTube, watching that kind of videos, and I liked your videos are great because you're explaining it. Everybody can understand what you're talking about. Even
Thanks, I hope so.
even older people, if they watch, they can easily understand what you're talking about.
Thanks, man. I sure try that, and I'm glad it's working. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and definitely I think, people need more good emotions. That's the definitely thing that, that need to guide us, like love, that's the, I think, strongest emotion, and, nobody, care about that, for example. And this system is trying to destroy that connection between people, definitely.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and you're right. It is about the spirit we come in things, like the spirit that we're, when we're doing a show, what so-called spirit am I in? I'm in the Holy Spirit. I believe I'm saved, and I only come with, I want to come with just love and openness with people. I know that sounds funny even saying it, but that is the way to be, and like you say, especially covering these kinds of topics, I was always just being myself, but I was always, making sure, even when I did want to get rattled up about something, to stay cool about things, because you're right. There's no reason to make anything worse and to get people agitated, because people make bad choices when they're not thinking clearly,
Yeah, definitely. Can I share one experience? It's not mine, but of my friend, when we were talking about love,
Yes.
He had near-death experience, I think he was, like he was dead like for I don't know how many minutes, and he told me a story about that. He felt like how to say, like flying, definitely without weight. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And without any bad emotions, like best feeling he ever felt, and he heard some voice, and that voice said to him, that he can't look back and see who it is, because then he won't get back to earth, and then he asked that voice a question, like, can I ask you one question? And he said, sure, you can. And he said, what's the purpose of our lives on earth, and that voice like was smiling and said, why everybody's asking me that, and he came back, from that. They revived him, and some guy entered the room, and without any reason said to him, like, love is strongest emotion, and that's the reason why we're living here and doing our stuff, something like that. He got his answer,
Yeah,
and the answer was love. Definitely.
I love it. I love it, man. That is the answer.
Yeah. And that's, people are forgetting about that. I think that's the biggest problem.
I actually have a question for you, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
So where you're living in Serbia and everything, with your friends and peers and just family and people, are there other people that are awake to the things we are and understand?
Yeah, there's a lot I can say to you,
Cool.
And you know what? What's interesting about Serbia? They're representing us like some bad guys. In every American movie, you say
they're always bad guys. Yeah, terrorists.
Serbians are terrorists. Killers, rapists.
Yeah.
And I found some connection about that. I don't know why exactly, but for a long time through history, they are suppressing us. You know what I mean?
I do.
And I don't know why. I still don't know why, but they're definitely, I think, representing us like bad guys all the time.
You're a
and
Christian
there must
country,
be
aren't
some
you?
reason. Yeah, we are Orthodox like Russians,
Right. Well,
So-
and didn't Clinton launch an attack out there?
Yeah, the NATO was bombing us, in 1999. I was like fourth grade, like I had like, I don't know, 12 years, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I remember that, it
Unbelievable.
Was, terrifying experience, definitely.
Yeah,
And
unreal.
all because of you
Monica
probably heard.
Lewinsky.
Yeah, and
why.
about Kosovo status, now.
Uh-huh.
They made like, they took our territory and made like, terrorist country with the leader who was, killing people and kids all the time.
Oh my
And
gosh.
when you look that, and that European Union is, supporting them, then you see already that something is wrong with that. You know what I mean? That bad people are ruling. Bad people are,
Well, that's what the Illuminati's done for a long
yeah,
time.
definitely,
They
definitely.
conquer a
Rothschild,
country and put in a dictator.
Yeah. And the scariest part, that every government is like, puppets. That's the worst thing, I think. We can't do nothing about that at the moment.
Yeah.
But one guy said, a smart thing. He said, we should work on ourselves to be better people, to help each other, to spread love. I think that's our mission, definitely.
Yeah,
And that is how we can fight with their bad entities, demons, magics, and everything. Because I think, when they say light is stronger than dark, and that is always going to be, I think.
I like that. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And I mean, unfortunately, most, people who are programmed by movies and TV shows, so much of it programs people to think that darkness always wins and you can't defeat demons and the devil's going to get you,
Yeah, they're always, in every movie, there's some, demons, devils, everything. Why they don't made something with good entities, you know what I mean? Why there is no angels, something like that. They're always, putting some, shitty stuff. I mean, I am a fan of horror, but I think on the other side, it's not good for my, it's a bad energy, I think, Definitely.
Yeah. Some of it surely can be.
Sometimes, when I, want to sleep, I'm thinking about that stuff from movies, some bad stuff.
Yeah, and, that's what they do to us.
I don't like that part, yeah. They're definitely programming us for something.
Absolutely. I stumbled onto a B movie called VFW a few weeks ago online. I started watching it because the guy that made it is a low-budget horror director named Joe Bezos. I went to film school to be a horror science fiction writer and director. That's why, right?
Yeah, I read some information about you.
So I stay up with some of these things, and I get disappointed a lot because I can tell when I feel like these guys have finally transitioned. Maybe they signed the deal, maybe they're doing the Illuminati thing now. But in this movie, it's his first movie where he's got all these big Hollywood actors. There's several huge Hollywood actors, and they're all hanging out in the VFW, which in America, it's a Veterans of Foreign Wars. They're basically kind of bars for veterans, more or less, where they can all hang out and just talk story all the time. And they get attacked in this bar by a bunch of punks that are wrapped out of their minds on some kind of zombie drug. I mean, it's a dumb B movie, but the point is the very opening sequence is a girl being pushed off a bridge and landing on a Masonic black and white tile floor, and she busts into blood all over the floor. And I've shown that in a lot of videos. That's another common thing I see. They even had it in Joker. Right, like they'll do the sacrifice, and then it's on the.
Many movies have some symbolism. I think.
Yeah,
I think almost every movie, especially horror one.
Yeah.
So that's crazy stuff. When you start to paying attention on that, you see that it's not accidentally put there. I think.
What are your feelings about the times we're in and about the end in World War III? I mean, do you feel like we're pretty close to things, or what are your thoughts?
Definitely, I'm sure that the bad people at the moment are at the top of this world. I think ruling the world. That I want to say. Yeah, definitely, because when you see what's on the TV, what's on medias, what they're promoting, totally, it's something, I don't know, totally against, against our clear minds, I think, definitely. There's only bad things they're promoting, I think.
Yeah.
You can see all the time, hookers, porn stars, rapists, criminals, all over the place. They're representing them they're representing it's like something good, and the many young people, are how to say, looking at them as like some models of modern world.
Yeah.
What I mean, like Instagram, everybody needs to be, with big muscles, with big ass, what I mean. It's all fake.
Yeah.
You know, the Instagram, it's not real life. That's the point.
Yep.
You know, so I think, you know, they broke so many, you know, good relationships and marriages because of that, you know, Facebook and Instagrams and all that kind of, you know, programs that you're using. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's definitely, I think it's definitely hard times, you know, and that's why we need to stay with, you know, with our friends, with, you know, relatives, with parents, you know, we need to hold each other strong and, you know, to spread as much as we can some good energy. Definitely.
Yeah. I like that, man. That's a good message.
Yeah, definitely.
Was
That's,
there,
you know, message for all of, you know, who is here on the channel.
well, thank you for that, Fedor. And since you stayed up so late, is there anything else you wanted to share with us, or I want to make sure you had your chance to get everything out with us? And
well, you know, nothing special. Just wanted, you know, to say, you know, that I'm supporting your channel and your work.
thank
And, you
you.
know, I hope that you're gonna make some, you know, earlier live, like you said. You know, I mean that it's not going to be so late. So
Oh,
that
yeah.
that so me and Vlad, you know, I add Vlad to, you know, Facebook, so you're gonna be also in contact.
Great.
You know, and that's great stuff. You know, I just want to say that, you know, I want to wish you, you know, best of luck and good health also.
Man, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. And thanks for staying up so late with us. And I will be doing more shows like this. I hope you join us again.
Yeah,
And
definitely I'm following, you know.
Great, man. Well, you take care of yourself, and just thanks for joining us, man.
No problem. I'll hear you sometime for sure. Again.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, Fedor.
Okay. Bye bye.
Have a good
See
night.
ya.
Bye-bye. That was nice too, man. Awesome. All right, Ron, you're up next. Fedor, thanks again. It's been great, man. We've had a great group. Hey, Ron, how you doing?
A lot better than I was on New Year's Eve.
Oh, that's good.
I got coffee in front of me and said peace stones.
Oh, well, there you go. So what's on your mind?
Well, I was going to ask you about writing because I've written scripts and short stories and that, but everything I put out seems like I'll start trying to write a comedy, but it turns dark. It almost always turns into a horror movie or something. You know, you mentioned that you relate to sci-fi, horror.
Yeah.
Does that ever happen to you? You try and write something light and it turns into something else?
You know what I do with that, Ron, honestly, is I just go ahead and just go with the flow with the story and let it kind of, because you encountered something I call when the story is writing itself. So, you know, that's what I do, is just kind of go with the creative flow of it. It doesn't mean you're, you know, demon possessed and going to write something evil. No, it's just being a creative person. Go with the flow. Don't put restrictions on it like, oh, this must be this way or that way. Let's just see where this goes. And then what happens is, in your mind, you start creating new paths where your story can go and develop further, you know, that's the creative process, you know. So I would just flow with it and enjoy it, and never forget that. Try to keep enjoying the process, and it won't always be joyful. Sometimes it hurts, you know, just because you still got to get it out there, even when it doesn't feel good. But it's a whole process, you know. I'm rambling again, but yeah, that's what I would do, is just let the story kind of tell itself, if that makes sense.
I never apologize for rambling, man. That's what we're And there was just one that really bugged me. Like, I wrote a whole script. I was 2/3 of the way through and I was going over it. And I hadn't written the final act yet, but I found out I didn't intend this, but the antagonist was demonically possessed.
Well, I guess yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Like, it was subtle though. Like, he started out with long hair and a beard, and then he'd alter his looks and never give his real name. And just 2/3 of the way through, I figured that out, and that really disturbed me. Like,
why did it bother you?
just because it wasn't what I intended. I just meant this guy to be a creep, shyster, con artist.
Yeah.
You know, but it seems like every story that's told is always light versus dark, isn't it?
It really is, and you know, we're told all the time in movies and TV shows. We're told biblical stories over and over again. A lot of characters in movies represent Jesus, and then they represent the devil, and they represent the creator, but through a Gnostic point of view. And there's all that stuff, man. It's you know, Superman, all the Jesus stuff with that. Wonder Woman is Esther, Isis, Mother Goddess. It's everywhere, man. But yeah, it is almost always something deeper and spiritual to most of these. Absolutely, most of the entertainment nowadays. And then there's stuff that's not, that's just out there, I think, just purely to debase humanity, be degenerate and disgusting. You know, like they call them comedies, but it's always really gross sex type, you know, situations, and people just being vile and filthy, and like that movie Good Boys, which it's not a good thing, and it's children in very dirty situations, you know.
Yeah. I noticed a lot in music too. Like some of the stuff I used to listen to was straight up demonic. I always liked something with a harder edge, you know, metal and that. And is listening to some of the lyrics now, it's like, wow, like you ever, like I used to listen to a lot of Nine Inch Nails.
Yeah, I used to listen to them.
Thank God that was, until you really break down the lyrics.
Yeah, he did a lot of stuff with some of Marilyn Manson's bandmates, so I know he's connected with that whole scene. And yeah, you're right. His lyrics, he's anti-God for sure. And then there's, on another end, I'll tell you, this is where it gets complex a little bit with Trent Reznor's, who we're talking about. If people don't know, basically he is 9 Inch Nails. You know, he just has brought different people in throughout the years to help him with his instruments, but he really is a genius. And it's another one of those where it's a true God-given talent. It's just what we do with it. And I've seen interviews with him. I think he's just a very interesting character. He didn't talk about God or devil or anything like that in the interviews I saw, but I could relate to him just with his the way he thinks and processes. I think he's an INFP also, not to get too much into all that personality stuff, but I could tell he's like that. And he analyzes a lot, and he's calculating. And anyway, so that much I like about the person. But then I have to look at the spiritual side and look at what he promotes and be like, oh man, that sucks. You know, I want to have hope for these people and hope that somebody in their life turns them around or something. You know, that's the way I always look at it. I'm like, what if they could use their talents and make music that had good energy and something else in it? You know what I mean? But I don't know.
That's one of my favorite bands is Megadeth. And I was listening to a song the other day, and there was a word I didn't quite know what it meant. I had to look it up. Inesophobia. It's the fear of criticism or sin.
Interesting.
The line from it is, inesophobia held you under its influence until you compromised your style. And that is a lot about people saying they sold their souls. It's like, well, you compromised your style to not be criticized. Instead of just, you know, people think, oh, you sold your soul, that's a blood contract and all that. I think it's just people compromising their art to satisfy the masses.
And you're saying that's something Dave Mustaine wrote?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good stuff. Yeah, that's deep. True, too.
Oh, very intelligent lyrics in Megadeth, even before he realized he was a Christian.
Yeah, I thought that was awesome. He was one of the last people I would ever think. I used to listen to him in high school, and you know, Metallica as well and all that stuff. But I always thought
Metallica.
Yeah. Well, I liked Mr. Bungle back then also. You know Mr. Bungle?
Oh yeah. Some of my friends were really into that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Faith No More. Now you look back, when you're listening to it back then, I didn't even think about that. You just think these people are trying to be edgy or something. You know, with Faith No More, the name, but they're a great band, you know, Mike Patton. I mean, and just another in his own right, musical genius, you know, but ultimately, I don't know where he's at now, but I don't think they really covered a lot of spiritual topics in their music, did they? It was just kind of weird stuff, I remember. I don't know. I bet if I go back, I'd find plenty now. I just haven't listened to them in years.
But yeah, like Dave Mustaine wrote songs like New World Order and stuff back, you know, in the early 90s, late 80s. Hook and Roll is very 1984-ish. It was like he was a Christian before he realized his faith.
That's awesome. That's even with the System of a Down, their first album. And I remember seeing this in the sleeve back when they were still selling CDs. But on the back of the first album, the CD sleeve, it was all about the New World Order and the coming beast system and everything. That was from years ago. And that was their first album. Look that up if anybody wants to. It was on the back of the CD cover, so it's associated with them somehow. There's a whole speech about the New World Order. And that was way before they even got huge. System of a Down. But I'm with you on listening to some of that. I used to listen to a lot of that. Even Slipknot, you know, years ago was good to listen to at times to work out to. But I don't know, you know, I mean, I always in my mind am consciously separating it. And I'm also putting in my own lyrics to songs. I know I sound like a dork, but if I'm working out and there's a song going, they're singing about something that's not cool, I'll put in my own lyrics and make something up, you know, in my mind. Does that make sense?
Oh, for sure. Like
it's like it makes it okay somehow.
There's a lot of songs that I thought were saying something else, and then I found out the actual lyrics. It's like, well, I like my version better.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And, well, in the last show I mentioned, I used to deal with sleep paralysis.
Yes.
And, which, for anyone who hasn't experienced it, is really frightening. Even if you're not getting the visuals that are happening, you know, I used to see like demonic hands on the wall reaching out for me. Stuff would be levitating in my room. I had CDs exploding. And then when you wake up, everything's fine, but you can't move. You're breathing shallow, and you're paralyzed. But years ago, I just said a prayer for God and asked for protection, and it hasn't happened in like 4 years, not one time.
That's awesome.
Right? It's pretty often, and it just reminded me. I rewatched Stephen King's The Stand.
They're remaking that now too.
I saw that on IMDb. Yeah. But it just reminded me of that scene where Mother Abigail's on the porch and she sees Randall Flagg, aka the devil, and she's playing her guitar and saying about Jesus, and her hand started bleeding, and she asked the Lord to please take this demonic vision away from me, and it disappeared. It's like asking for God's protection is a powerful thing, and it works.
Yeah, man, that's a good message and true.
And there was I noticed this many months ago in a trailer. I'm not gonna watch the film because I know it's trash. For Rob Zombie's last film, 3 from Hell.
Yeah, that looks bad, huh?
Yeah. I've seen his other work. I know what he's all about. Beards.
Yeah, he's not a very good filmmaker, I don't think, honestly. And he really screwed up Halloween, I thought. I couldn't even finish watching the first one. I didn't see the second one either, but I thought it was really bad.
I like the idea of a 7-foot Michael Myers, but giving him that trailer trash backstory was absolutely
goofy. But you know, did you see the new one they made, the new Halloween movie?
I enjoyed that. John Carpenter worked on the score with that, with I think either his son or his grandson.
Yeah, I liked that. And the guy that made it graduated from my film school about 4 years before I did, David Gordon Green. So that was a big deal because a lot of the people on that movie were people that I knew from film school from years ago. I don't talk to any of these people anymore, but so that was kind of crazy to see him, you know, like, wow, he's been making independent films for years. But anyway, off topic. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, in that trailer for 3 from Hell, there's a reference to the West Memphis 3 that I'm sure a lot of your audience will remember from the Paradise Lost show on HBO.
Yeah. They're putting a new, they're doing a new series on the West Memphis 3. I think it's coming out like probably this month. You guys can look it up. I can't remember if it's AMC doing it or FX or who's doing it, but and I even did a video on that back in 2014, I think it was, about how all these Illuminati artists, even at the time, were all backing these kids, and I showed all these connections with Johnny Depp. I need to redo that one because they're going to keep promoting this, and the reason they do, I believe, is the guy's a Satanist for one. He hangs out with all these celebrities. He does really crazy satanic art. Can't remember his name now, but anyway, go ahead.
Eccles.
Yeah, Damon Eccles. There you go.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things. There's a lot of pieces that those documentaries are missing. A lot of recanted testimonies and stuff, and we're never gonna know the whole truth of it. I just know I don't trust anyone who has a matching tattoo with Johnny Depp.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Exactly.
And well, I suppose I've been rambling for a bit. They'll let you get to somebody else.
Well, don't feel the need to run, man. But if you're all done, it's been a pleasure as always, Ron. It really is, and hope your story comes out good for you, man.
All right, have a good one, man.
All right, take care. We'll see you. All right, man. We're moving on. Thanks, Ron. Moving on to Angel up next. And after Angel, it's Brenda, Armor Up, and Gypsy Woman.
Hey, hold on,
Ken. Or Michael's there too. Hey, Angel, how you doing?
Hi, hold on, just one sec.
That's okay. Go ahead. I got to take a drink of water.
I was just on a radio show.
Water.
I'll talk to you soon.
I know, bottled water
Get ready.
has its issues too, but
hi.
Hi.
How are you
doing? I'm wonderful.
Yeah. I'm good.
How about yourself?
Hanging in there, I guess, surviving.
Good. You keeping your head cool with everything happening out there?
Oh my gosh, it's just crazy. The skies are crazy, the news is crazy, and
yes.
I just, my life is crazy right now, and my husband's, like in a halfway house and probably maybe going to prison or something. And
I'm sorry.
Everything's just upside down. But I don't know, man. Has
this been a slow process, or did it happen pretty quick?
It kind of happened quick. Yeah. Well, a little bit of, kind of in between, but
go ahead.
Yeah. We were making some, we make smoke canisters for air show pilots, and, had permission. They knew, what we were doing. And even, we had an explosion. A man lost his life back 20 years ago.
Wow.
And doing this work is kind of dangerous,
Right.
And my husband was burned, trying to save him. But anyway, they just, I don't know. And they came back in 2004 and everything was good and everything. And then all of a sudden now they say that, we need a license, and, and so they took him to jail, and now he's in a halfway house and waiting trial, and it's just crazy.
Man, that is just suunds like, I don't want to compare it to a Lifetime movie, but it just sounds incredible. And I immediately want to say I'm going to pray for you, but then I also have this thing about where I don't like sometimes when people say that, because I don't know if they mean it. Also, I don't know if they can do more, they should do more, not just always pray, like put it into action. But I will pray for you. My heart's with you on that. Thank you for sharing. And so how long has he been gone now, or you said?
It's about a week now. About a
Oh,
week.
that's fresh. Okay, yeah, wow. Well, I'm sure the people out there are praying for you and wishing you well as well. And you got attorneys and all that. I imagine you're dealing with and all that madness.
Well, we have a public attorney, and he's okay. He's not the best, of course, but we're thankful for what we have, and but it's just, even with everything going on, and I have no idea how I'm gonna survive now, or what's gonna happen. I don't know. There's just like this in the last few days, just this peace is coming over me. Like,
nice.
I am losing a grip on this world and the pursuits of it. I'm losing my grip. I feel like I'm in an airplane with a parachute pack on the back of my, on my back, and I'm looking out at the world, and I'm just ready. I'm ready to jump, and I'm just waiting, and
I love it. I love that.
I can feel the grip is just, it's loosening on the door, and it's getting kind of sweaty. Yes. And I just feel like I'm ready. Everything happens for a reason, they say. And I know that's a really cliche thing to say, but God stands outside of time. And we're really like simple creatures, and we have this kind of very narrow view of what life's about, and God stands outside of time, and we say we pray for God's will, but are we really ready to accept it?
Mm-hmm.
We pray for God's will, and then when what happens in our life, are we willing to accept it? Are we willing to? Okay, so we prayed for God's will. So what happens is God's will, right? We prayed for it.
Yeah, you're right. That puts you in a situation, because I've been there, of course, where to me, you're forced to accept it as his will. And then I have to rectify my feeling with being mad at him, and also with blaming God for things the devil's doing. That's the other issue that I always have to watch out for in myself. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah. And I don't know what to discern. I don't know what to discern what's from the devil or what's not. Or all I know is that when we love God, what happens is for our good. He wants good for us. So yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just keep thinking about that rapture dream I had. It was the most incredible dream I ever had. It was straight from God. I know it. It was so cool.
Tell us.
Okay, so I woke up, and I think it was one of my sons. I yelled for one of my sons. There was lots of racket outside the house, and I yelled for my son. And we look out these windows, and there's these zombies, and they're crawling up the house, and they're trying to get into the windows. We had some rifles, so we grabbed these guns, but there's no time to go like get bullets and put the bullets in, put the cartridges in and the shells or whatever. So we're like hitting these zombies with the butts of our guns, like out of some classic zombie movie, and at the same time, there's these fireballs that are falling from heaven and hitting the roof. And then once we got the zombies off the roof and out of the window, then we're trying to put out the fires because there's, raining fire, and we're all freaking out. And then all of a sudden, just peace, like something happened. And then all of a sudden, I'm in the back seat of a convertible, like a 55, Chevy convertible type, those classic. And I was in the back seat, and there was nobody driving, but we're cruising along this beautiful country highway, dirt road type thing, in one of the valleys here. I live in Minnesota, beautiful bluff country here. And it was a gorgeous, beautiful day, and I could feel the wind in my hair, and just at peace, right? And it was beautiful. moment. And then I looked, there's still, the fireballs are still falling, but I didn't care. You know, it was like, okay, you know, I was just at peace. And then I look kind of behind me a little bit. I'm just kind of looking at the scenery. I look behind me, and there's a white square, and it's coming towards me pretty quickly. And I'm like, what is that? And as it comes closer to me, there's a clock on it, and it's like a balloon. It's got rounded edges.
Wow.
It's like a square balloon. It's a big balloon. It's probably like 10 feet diameter, you know.
Yeah.
And it has a clock face on the front of it, and it says 11:30 on the clock. And then I realized what's going on. I said, this is it. And I jumped from this car. It's going, you know, at highway speeds. I just jump with no fear. And I just jump towards this square balloon thing, and spread eagle, and I land on this balloon, and I shoot straight to heaven. And on the way up, I'm looking as the earth is getting smaller, and you know, I'm looking at all the scenery, and I'm like, so this is how it feels. And I'm just, zoom, you know, like a rocket, you know.
That's awesome.
And straight up to heaven, and I'm the next instant I'm hugging Jesus.
I love it.
So yeah,
man, that's great.
It was awesome.
See, that's great, man. See, that gives us hope. And earlier you're talking about having that feeling, and Vosto and I, one of my other guests, was talking about the same thing. I've had that feeling for a long time of not having an attachment to this world, aside from, you know, I'm still here. I'm still invested in the things I do and the people I love and everything, but I'm okay to go. You know what I mean? And that's what even Vosto was saying with his girlfriend having to go to work at this place, potentially surrounded by people who are brainwashed, you know, into the system, the hive mind. We are in that time where I think there is really this separation, as I've said in a lot of videos, of the sheep and the goats and the wheat and the tares. And we feel ourselves, a lot of us, really pulling away from this world while we see others cling so dearly to it, you know, and try to abide by all the rules, you know, these new rules and whatnot. But
yeah,
anyway.
Yeah. Like, yeah. And it's sad. I want that peace, and I want that for everyone. Why, you know, why are there so few of us? I mean, please, people, please, you know, there's a peace there. Why wouldn't somebody want that, you know?
Man, I know. And it's such a simple, it's easy. It's easy to, once you get it and you understand it, it's really easy. The hard part, I think, is people is too much pride. They don't want to admit that they're sinners, you know, that, and then part of our life is trying to rectify that with our Father, you know, through Christ, and then following in the ways. And, you know, we work on our salvation through fear and trembling, right? This is what we do. So yeah, that's a hard part for people, because a lot of people in this world don't want to kneel, you know, they want to be knelt to.
Yeah, I guess. And they feel like they're going to give up so much fun, you know, and so much of their enjoyment, you know, if they become that new man, you know, and then all of a sudden, you know, they see their buddy do it or whatever, and all of a sudden he doesn't like to smoke pot and go partying and, you know, get lots of women, and you know, all of a sudden he didn't like that anymore, and so they don't want to leave all that.
So that's when you start feeling like a stranger in a strange land, you know, as we all do, don't we? In many ways, right?
Yeah.
But it's I wouldn't have it any other way.
You know, for the longest time, until I was, let's see, it was 2008. Let's see, yeah, 2008 is when I really, like, something happened. Before that, I was a Christian, I guess. I was a Christian, and it was a good thing to be a Christian, and a good way to raise children. You know, it was good stories. You know, it was a good guide to life, and it was, you know, good stories that I could tell my kids, and raise them the right way, and and stuff like that. It was, but when it came to the stories of the Bible, were they true? I don't know. Like, well, it's just a good way to be. It's a good, and then
right.
I went down to my mother-in-law's funeral and brought her ashes into her home, and where do I put her? And I wasn't going to put her on the coffee table. So in the living room there, I drug a couch out of there, and then I pushed the coffee table over by all the plants that she loved, and there's the sun coming in, and I made this neat little place that she's got the rosary, and then the incense, and then the stuffed kitty that sat with her during the funeral, and a picture of her sitting in that exact place. With her mother's plant from her funeral and the father's plant from his funeral, kind of on each shoulder, and this beautiful little picture of her and a box of Kleenex. And, like I had spent the whole afternoon, like putting, making a nice place for her to be,
Yeah.
instead of just sitting there in front of the TV.
Good.
And I was on the phone with her best friend's daughter, telling her what I had done that afternoon, and what I had done with her ashes and stuff like that. And all of a sudden something happened to me like this. It was like, at a football game, where they take the Gatorade and they pour it over like a player.
Yes.
And goosh, they dump it over someone.
Yeah.
And that's what it felt like. I was on the phone with her, telling her about this, and all of a sudden something happened. This warm electric love was poured over me all at once, and I could feel it splashing onto my shoulders. It was something, and it went all the way down my body, and my knees got really weak, and I almost fell to my knees. And I was in shock. I didn't know what was happening to me.
Yeah.
And then later I was on a like an online church kind of a thing, and radio shows and stuff like that. And somebody had told me, what that was? That was God telling you, I have prepared a place for you. Because I had just described how I had prepared a place for her. And he was telling me, I have prepared a place for you, Angel.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Yeah.
So I was kind of doing like a little miniature act of God kind of a thing.
Yeah.
In a simple way, but
it works.
And then from that moment on, I feel that again, not as strong, of course, but I feel it when I worship. I feel it when I hear somebody say something. It's like this.
You always know it's him too, don't you? I know the feeling.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know it. And sometimes it moves you to tears, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. Oh my God.
Even uncontrollably. I made the mistake of picking up the phone when my mom called me. This was years ago, just before I left for Costa Rica. And I was in one of those, I guess I don't want to call it a fit, but just those moments where it hit me so heavy. I had actually just realized where I was going to leave America to, this Costa Rica, and the way it came to me was supernatural. And then I just started like bawling. I couldn't help it. Picked up the phone, crying. I was trying to explain to my mom, I'm not sad. It's not a bad thing. It's the Holy Spirit. And even my parents, as church going as they are, even that kind of talk they're really cool, but I could tell it kind of maybe creeps them out a little. They just don't like it when people talk all openly about, I think, the supernatural side of all this. You know what I mean? It's just the way it's just the church I was raised in, really. It's just kind of our faith, I guess. But anyway, but go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. It's, I've had it happen to me where, it was not at the best of times, and all of a sudden it just, floods over me. I'm like, okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
I'm trying to drive right now, or I'm trying to,
Yeah. Yeah.
One time I was one of those moments where you just don't know what to pray. You have like no clue whatsoever. You have no words whatsoever. You just have this like yearning to like pray and be near him and say, you say all these things, and all that can come out is, I love you. I love you.
Yeah, I love
that's
it.
And
Yeah, that's it.
And one time I had said that, and at the end of a really like emotional song on the Christian radio. And then how they have these little miniature sermons in between the songs.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, sometimes we're just so overwhelmed, we don't know what to say, but I love you.
It's perfect.
It was like 20 seconds after I just prayed, and I said, I don't know what to say, I just love you. And that's exactly what the guy said on the radio.
Yeah, see, exactly. It's those synchronicities. I do think that's part of God's language to us sometimes. That's been my experience,
Yeah.
So yeah. Well, good. Well, I appreciate you sharing all that with us, Angel. And did you have anything else you wanted to share? Or I don't want to push you off. I just want to make sure you kind of get everything out there,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. One more thing is that the dark side is real, and I just beg people to understand that there's a dark side and there's a light side, and just go closer to the light. God is there waiting for you.
Yes.
I went to see my dad. He was dying of brain cancer or liver cancer and bone cancer.
Wow.
And he was a very stubborn old hippie. I love him to death. It was just he lived a really hard life, and he was hard on his body, and Hep C and all of that.
Wow. Yeah.
Just really, really hard on himself, and just never really grew up. And then just very stubborn to the end. And I'm imploring him, please, just, please just turn to God. And he said, well, it would be hypocritical of me to do that now at my last days. And,
no.
And he was just, I know. And I couldn't convince him otherwise. And
that's okay. 'Cause you tried, and, if the Lord wanted you to be the one to do that, it would have happened, So again, right. For whatever reason, it's just good you tried and you were there, and, it's all you can do.
Plant a seed, and then we have to have faith and step in faith and plant that seed, and then let God do the rest, like bring the rain and the sun, which we can't do.
Yes, that's good. I agree. It's beautiful, my friend. Thank you for sharing. And you know what? Hang in there. I'm sure there's people out here listening now. There's a really heavy prayer community here in this community, which is awesome on these shows and whatnot. Just awesome people. A lot of these people have been with me for years. Some of them are brand new, but I know that's a big part of it. Is the people in this community are really big in the power of prayer. So I know people are praying for you already, and just hang in there, and just know he'll never give you more than you can handle. You already know that. And you seem like you've got a great light heart about everything, the best you can. And I really like the way you're thinking, and you're going to make it. You're going to do good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, Angel. Go ahead.
I can't thank you enough. I love your outlook and how you're open-minded you are to just see all these different viewpoints. And that's so awesome. So many people say they're open-minded, but they're not. And
yeah, that's true.
You truly are an open-minded person. And I hope that people take notice of that. And I hope that everybody just strives more and more to when these times get tough, and it's always darkest before the dawn, that we just draw closer to him, not farther away.
Yes, I love it. Thank you. And again, just thank you very much for that. And yeah, we'll talk to you later, Angel. Hang in there. Man, that was nice. Thank you, Angel. I'm sorry. I think I just muted, but all right. Well, thank you, guys. I'm sure people are out there praying for Angel, her situation, and what a great group. And that was very kind what she was saying. And we try to really live that life of just being love, right? And loving everyone, knowing everyone's got a story to tell. We don't all have to look the same and come from the same place. Let's be open and try to understand each other. That's a big deal. It's a big part of everything. Thanks again, Angel. All right, Michael, I'll just read out here. Michael, then it's Brenda, then Gypsy Woman, Blake, and Armor Up. So awesome. We got a crew here. All right, Michael, how are you, sir?
Hey, KJ, my Piscean brother.
Hey, man, how are you?
Yeah, beloved of the Lord,
Awesome.
Yeah, the Church of Philadelphia, Tribe of Benjamin. It's good stuff, man. You're just very flexible, the most flexible out of all of us, so
yeah,
it's
man.
Good.
Well, thanks. How's everything in your life been? What's going on?
It's good, man. And I assume you're doing good as well.
Yeah, I'm hanging in. I mean, I can't complain, even though I still do. But when I do complain, I immediately start trying to have an attitude of gratitude, and I start praying about that, or just saying, hey, God, or Lord, thank you for, start listing the things I've got. It's easy to lose focus sometimes. It can be easy to just be a little grump about things and let things get to you, and we really shouldn't. But anyway, you know what I mean?
Yep.
But I do pretty good.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we're just going with the flow,
That's it. That's all you can do. No resistance, and just try to stay calm and cool and collected, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, go ahead, man. No, please, just whatever's on your mind.
No, I got a lot. I got a lot to share, honestly. So recently, I just drew out a mental world map. So you have a carnal world map. Like our countries and our oceans and all that.
Yes.
And so I drew a mental world map, and it pretty much shows the two sides. The two sides that are there, the negative side and the positive side. And then here's the thing. So you have the true reality, which is, the physical side, each individual, that's the internal world. And then you have what I called it, the false reality. And that's the outside world, outside of our bodies. So it's been shifted, of course, because the devil has control of the outside world and God focuses on the inside. And so, yeah, I posted it on my Facebook, Instagram. Pretty much it's the culmination of everything that I've got. And the negative side is culture, on the false reality I'm talking about, the outside world. It's culture, and so since there's a shift, it's not aligned with our, with the true reality. There is a little space that was created, and that's the dark, pretty much that's the unclean thing. And whoever is touching that unclean thing will not make it. If you cannot let go of that, then you're doomed to destruction.
So is letting go of that, is that where you think maybe Christ comes in, or is there
Absolutely
a different, right? Okay.
That's the only way.
That's good. I see that.
Yeah.
It's deep, dude. I like deep.
Yeah, man. So yeah, I mean that's, and then you got your three different types of people. And then all the positive side is corporation, so in the false reality. So you got negative culture, and then that's our pretty much we understand what culture is, our universities, our the general ideas that people think. It's not something that each individual has. If you ask each individual, they may or may not, you know, align with that, you know, depending on, you know, how they are, you know what I mean? Depending on what they choose to do. Yeah. So, and then on the positive side, you got on the false reality, you have corporation, you know, so that's our structures, you know, governments, corporations. And so pretty much, you know, when the kingdom of heaven it's fully materialized, you know, it's established, you know, we're not going to deal with the false reality anymore. We're, you know, you don't, no more companies, businesses, you know, no more of this, you know, group think, you know, hive mind, you know, stuff. It's just going to be all individuals. And that's the beautiful thing.
Yeah, I like it. Be kind of like going back to the 1800s in a way, which I don't think would be all that bad.
I mean, even going further back, going to the garden.
Yeah. Well, then there's the whole 1,000-year reign here on the earth. So that's going to be cool to see what that looks like. You know,
we'll imagine. See. Yeah, the way it's going to be exactly. Yeah.
Right. It's hard to imagine.
But yeah. But shoot, what else I got? I just want to say pretty much. Yeah. I just want to say, like, you know, we're very, very close.
You feel it?
Very, very close. Oh yeah. It's you know, closer than a lot of people understand.
Yeah, look at all the signs. You know, I've been in this for many years, and I always do good to not be an alarmist. But people still get the message, which is all that matters. But people should all know by now, man. Yeah, I mean, look at everything that's happening. The whole Crohn's situation and all that as well. The virus situation, just the symbolism alone shows us a lot. You know. So yeah, it is interesting. But you go ahead, please. What are your thoughts on this? What makes you feel that so strongly?
Feel what?
That we're pretty close.
It's like you say, it's the signs, and I think very logically. So I kind of add up things. I'm like, okay, so we're kind of, I don't know. It's a lot of things, you know. It's just a mixture of revelation and just me thinking, and so I add things up, and yeah, and there's just things, you know. I don't want to, you know, if I could talk to you privately, you know, that'd be great. But there's just things that, you know, that I see. So yeah.
Yeah, you should email me sometime if you want to. If there's things you'd rather talk privately at the scariest movie ever at Gmail. Okay.
Yeah, I've emailed you before.
Okay, yeah. And, please do.
I gave you my number, so okay, I'll do that again.
Wait, did I never call you, or did I?
Yeah, you never called me.
I'm sorry, man. I've called some people. It's kind of a gamble sometimes. I guess it depends on. And I do feel bad. I carry that, and I shouldn't, but I do feel bad. I wish. You know, it's like I wish I could have an assistant. That's the only way I could see actually owning a robot being a good thing. If I had an artificially intelligent robot that could, you know, help me out with things like this, get my emails together for me, things like that, would be fantastic. But then I'd be falling into the system and, you know, buying into the garbage. So
right.
Until then, I try. But I'll look for it this time, I promise, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, do what you can. You know, do what you're supposed to do.
All right, man.
So, yeah.
Well, what else you got on your mind? Anything else about kind of the times we're in? How, you know, anything else anything that you could share, or I just kind of how are you doing with the family and friends? Like, are they on the same page? Or are they kind of in the world more, or what's your experience there?
Yeah, I've been blessed to have a family that is in sync. We're in sync with each other. As far as being you know, you got your, like I said, you know, you got your negative people and then you got your positive people. And so like, yeah, all my family is, you know, it's positive. That's the talking about my immediate family.
Good, man.
And so that's the beautiful thing. So we're in sync, you know, nothing bad. You know, we've been at peace. for all these years, and it's a blessing from the Lord. It's a special blessing.
That is.
Yeah, it's definitely means something.
Yes, sir. Well, cool, Michael. Well, on that note, then I appreciate you. You call, or I was gonna say calling in, jumping into the chat with me, and it's nice catching up with you again. And you'll have to jump in the next one I do as well. It's always nice talking to you, man.
Yeah, for sure, man.
All right. Well, hey, if
Take
anything
care.
else, I just want to say if there's anything else you wanted to say, or that pretty much it.
As far as what I'm comfortable saying on the show, yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
No
I mean,
problem. Well, we'll talk later then, okay?
For sure, for sure.
All right.
Take care.
Take care, man. Thanks. All right, guys. Thanks again for waiting. We got Brenda next, Gypsy Woman, Blake, and Armor Up. Guys, if you don't mind, give me just about a minute. All right, I need to go get a quick refill here. Just water tonight. Something to wash down the moonshine and the Tide Pods. I'll be back in just about a minute or so, guys. I promise. Thank you. 1 sec. Okay, guys, thanks so much for waiting. All right, next up is Brenda. So 1 second here. Chubbs, I had to do a Chubbs check. We're experiencing great weather where I'm at. Spring is here, so it's 60s and 70s. So I can leave the back door open, and I've got a patio he can hang out on because we're off the ground quite a bit, so he won't jump. He likes to hang out there, you know, it makes him feel like he's, well, I mean, he is outside. Anyway, Brenda. Hey, Brenda.
Hey, KJ, how are you?
I'm doing good.
I like that little story.
Thanks.
I put my dogs out on the leash and they think they're outside too because they will run off.
Right. Chubbs would too, so I'll never let him out front.
Yeah, they would chase everybody and think they're badasses because they're little.
Yeah, the biggest barkers, right?
They're ankle biters. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're ankle biters.
Aw.
They're so cute though. But yeah, so how are you?
I'm doing really good, you know, and it's nice doing these shows. I always enjoy doing them, and I guess I could do them more, but then I get caught up in the videos I'm making and stuff like that. But I need to do these at least once a month. And I think I said that the last time I did one. Maybe it was about a month ago. So I think that'd be a good normal thing to start doing, because I love just hearing from you guys. I love hearing your stories, testimonies, everything. You know, it's great, and I always learn from you all as well. So, and it's good. And I've said this before, I do it out of my own selfish need, because when I was coming up, you know, 10 years ago on YouTube, looking up to all these creators back then that aren't around now, most of them, that were doing this kind of conspiracy stuff, I always wished there was a community back then. Like, how come we can't talk to them? How come we can't? And that's before the live broadcast, so I know that changed everything, but I think it's a good thing to do, you know, just show that there's a lot of us that are all kind of on the same page, you know. We're not crazy to think this way. But anyway, don't let me take all your time. How about you, Brenda? How are you?
You're not. I don't mind the rambling either. It's awesome.
Cool.
We're your friends, so of course we want to talk to you, you know.
Yeah, thanks.
So we are a family here. I always feel when I'm having a day, you know, or something, and then all of a sudden getting in the chat and listening to you ramble on, tell your stuff. Well, I always feel very uplifted. So,
good.
I mean, it's awesome to have family.
Yeah.
And, help you through it.
Yeah.
So
good attitude. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. I noticed the ramping up so fast anymore of this. I feel like we're in the end too, and I actually really feel it, whether it be 10 years or I don't know. It is like the days of Noah.
Yeah,
right
we
now.
feel it.
And
we see it.
yes, how can we, how can he didn't let it go on that long then, it might have took however long it took Noah to make the boat, but
yeah. No, that's a good point. And I always I've been seeing it lately, kind of like that a bunch of us have been involved in our own little kind of secret club that other clubs didn't want to be a part of and didn't want to, sponsor or anything like that. But as the years have gone on, I've seen so many more people come join our club, which is more the critical thinking community, outside the box. And we've seen it grow and grow. And so I do try to see the positive side, more people coming to Christ and not feeling the need to associate that with a church or religion, the being able to some of them still go to church, but still being able to separate yourself from that and realize, oh, okay, it's not about the dogma or these rules. I can have my own relationship to God through Jesus, and there you go. No middleman, there it is, and work out my issues with the Lord and, let him help me out too, so.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yes, church is good. It's good for the fellowship. And, there are a lot of very lame churches, but, it's good to have that fellowship as well. But
yeah,
also, the most important thing is having that relationship with God,
yes,
in Jesus. And, and it's the most wonderful thing ever because
indeed.
It's just sometimes it blows my mind.
Yeah.
I'm like, I just talk to me today. Please let me hear what you're saying. Please let me. And it's amazing, and I could feel it. And yes, and I start crying.
Yeah.
And every time I start crying like that, and it's a joyful cry. And I know,
Yeah.
that he's there. But there's so much darkness going on, and it just keeps getting darker. And there are a lot more people that are, the sorrow that they feel, and, the anger that goes on. And I just live in this tiny little town, in Indiana, and it's like I'm starting to see it here. And everybody was like community, and now it's all like tearing up. And I stay to myself pretty much, but
well, perhaps it's more of that separation of the wheat and the tares, sheep and the goats, in a sense, right? Where we really are seeing a true division among people now, and it's a spirit thing, and it may be masked as it's orange man bad, it's the Trump thing and SJW, and these are just the labels the world's putting on all this stuff. But I mean, underneath all that, it's a spiritual thing, right? I mean, people are putting hands on each other now. Maybe they blame politics today, tomorrow it's something else. It's your religion this time, or you're not accepting of this lifestyle in your church, so you're bad, and whatever. I don't know, but
yeah, it's like you can't talk
chaos.
about anything. Yeah, you can't talk about anything anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I notice spiritual attacks on myself as well, and I believe wholeheartedly in Jesus. I was in that dark spiritual realm, and I can see, I'm very sensitive to that, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I'm trying to explain this. I also feel the good spiritual realm, And it always wins out over that.
Yeah.
Because I guess the testing must be going on somewhere. And I'm like, I'm opening my Bible up and I'm reading the word, you know?
Yeah.
and please just talk to me and get me out of this, because I am going through a lot of things, and they're not good things, you know.
Yeah.
But I trust God, and like the one girl said, I don't remember what her name was, but her husband's in prison. Mine is too, you know, and he's there for a while.
Wow.
And I did pray in God's will. I did pray in God's will.
Are you at peace with it now?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, I am. I am at peace with it. I know it needed to happen.
Yeah. Good.
But not that I left him.
Right.
But it needed to happen for him, even though it's not a good place for him. You know, he needed to lay off the drugs.
But you'll get to see him again soonish?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Hopefully. I don't know anything about the prison system.
Yeah, right.
I know about jail. I've been there myself, but I don't really know about the prison system. He's already been away for a year.
Is he growing with the Lord, or is he going another way, or?
I'm not sure right now. I know he believes, but I hope he sees while he's in there is what I want for him.
Yeah.
You know, it's what I pray to God for, that he opens his eyes up.
Yeah.
He's told me he believes, but he wasn't brought up in the idea.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll take God to open his eyes.
Well,
you know,
let's hope it happens, you know, pray for it, of course.
But the good spiritual side, you know, that's really helped me through this. So that's what I kind of wanted to say that to her. It is
good.
It is God doing what he does. And
yeah. Sometimes some people have to be taught a hard lesson, you know, harder lessons than others. But then, I don't know, man, we've all had it, haven't we? I mean, I've had my trials, and you've had yours, you know, and most people have had some form of trials. So that was why now I'm jumping off on another subject, but I did I showed a news story last night about Carlos Maza, who is this writer from Vox, which is a far lefty kind of internet online magazine, I guess, or news source, so to speak. But he's one of these guys that started complaining. He got in a fight with Steven Crowder on YouTube and started complaining. And then that's when we had a whole new form of censorship come in, just another excuse, right? But he complained, or he says that he's he was a socialist and was always pushing, like, you know, he was this, you know, down, you know, poor kid, you know, just trying to make it. And it turns out he comes from a super wealthy family, like 3 mansions and all this other stuff. And of course, the left media, like Twitter or whatnot, censored people who are trying to expose this, and the whole thing was a mess. But I'm just saying, people like that's what comes to my mind. You know, these ones who, you know, that have had such a truly privileged life. You know what I mean? Like, they really probably haven't had that many things to battle against, and then they go get involved in just, you know, mischief, you know, devilish deeds, you know, stupid stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of thrive in the trial, I guess.
Right? That's good.
I kind of do. I mean, you know, I don't have a lot of money, and I'm okay with that, because we always make it. Sorry.
Good.
You know, we always make it.
Right.
And I don't have a lot of stuff, and I'm okay with that. I'm trying to get rid of all the stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, how much stuff do we really need?
Yeah.
And trying to just homestead, I'm trying to be doing that and having a garden, and I'm really busy all the time, but I'm at home with my family. And so it's a wonderful thing to go through those trials, I guess. We learn to appreciate more what we have, and and you look out at the world fighting to get everything, everything. Oh my gosh, I've only got $20 in my pocket. I'm going to die. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to make it till tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they're in such misery because they don't have what they want. And I've really just learned to sit back and enjoy, my son. And I have two sons, and they both live with me. My youngest son just moved home.
Oh,
but
nice.
I really just enjoy my family and being outside, which I have done a few times barefoot, grounding.
Yeah, good idea. Very good idea. And it's not a new agey thing. I've had people get mad at me about that, claiming it's new age stuff. I mean, new age people have got involved in it and they have their slant on what it is, but God made the earth, the basic idea. So there's natural good energy coming from the earth that he's put there for humanity for thousands of years, right? So that's the idea. Just get connected back to the earth. Doesn't mean you're worshiping Gaia or none of this stuff. You're a mother goddess, and I'm not going to go get an Ishtar tattoo or anything anytime soon. It's nothing like that. You know what I mean, folks? Relax, guys. But yeah, so, but I'm with you. Yeah. I'm into it. I've actually got my strap on my wrist right now. I've got a wrist strap that's plugged in, and you can test the outlet and make sure it's grounded and all that stuff. But anyway, yeah, good idea.
Yeah, it is a good idea. Even our houses are grounded. Why? Because there's so much electricity.
Yeah.
In the air, or from our Wi-Fi or whatever. I can feel it, and I get anxious, and I'm like, I got to run outside barefoot.
Yeah.
I don't have all the grounding stuff, but going outside barefoot is grounding. So.
Right.
It's awesome.
Yep, that's good. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Anything else, Brenda? I don't want to hold you up. Go ahead.
No, you're not holding me up. I had a lot to say, and then I spaced it off just talking to you. And it's okay.
You're fine. No, you're okay.
It's
no.
okay.
Hey, there's a puppy.
Yeah, he's a protector.
No, I mean you already did say a lot. I mean, it sounds like you've definitely seen a lot. I know you're you're dealing with quite a bit right now, but what I love is that you've got a good attitude about it, and you're putting your faith in the Lord. There you go. That's what we do, and then of course we do what we can do physically down here. Whatever it is we can do, but there comes a point where you can only do so much.
Yes, I do a recovery group. I'm a leader at a recovery group, and I started there because I was helping a lot of people in my home, and it like overtook me. And that's when I started drinking real heavy again, but I quit that.
Yeah.
But I went to I went over there, and I just to help myself, and now I'm helping others there. But
good.
That was my thing of mine, and it's a Christian-based recovery group, and it's awesome.
Good.
And we talk about Jesus, and and I get to tell people about it. I get to tell them, this is how I quit doing all this, and this is it's a beautiful thing. It's not a scary thing. It's just it's a beautiful thing to turn to him, and
yeah.
He changes your life, and you go from all that scary stuff to not being so scared anymore, and being healthy, and that as healthy as you can be if you smoke a lot of cigarettes like I do.
Yeah, that's true. You got to watch out for that.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I guess that's what I wanted to say. I think I started out with my mind being in a more like the world is, but I asked God to help me through this. So
yeah, and we can't be that way. Yeah, we don't want to be fearful about it. And I say just enjoy the show, like for real. Let's enjoy this is the most amazing horror science fiction movie ever created, and we're living in it, and it's really amazing to see it all play out. So
it is amazing.
So
it
yeah,
is amazing.
Well, it's been nice chatting with you, Brenda. So thanks for calling in, for joining in, and And hang in there, all right? We'll hopefully we'll see you on the next one.
Okay, you take care, and everybody out there, take care.
Thanks. See you later. All right, Gypsy Woman up next. Hi, Gypsy Woman.
Hi. Oh God, it says everyone can see and hear me. That's not
No,
true, can they?
only I can see you, but right now all they see is the waterfall. I'll keep the waterfall up there for now.
I apologize. I'm a little bit vain and insecure. That's a bit embarrassing, but
anyway. Oh no, you're fine. It's a very small picture. I can barely see you. So
okay, awesome. Anyways, sorry. I apologize for being a bit awkward. My daughter is over here. She's probably one of your youngest fans, and she's refusing to go to sleep when I said I might get a chance to talk to KJ tonight. So.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, so you might hear her in the background there.
Cool. That's great.
Yeah, anyways, I was gonna love you too. Please be quiet and try to sleep. But anyways, I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay.
I wasn't even going to call in, but then the guy who was talking about his issue with the writing and stuff, it reminded me of something I probably chatted or mentioned before in comments. I'm all thrown off with my 6-year-old in the background here. I apologize.
Well, also, real quick, I wanted to say thank you because you have been a friend with me here on YouTube for quite a while. So thanks a lot for hanging out so long, and I appreciate that. I noticed some of y'all who've been around for a long time. There's quite a few of you.
Realized, sorry to cut you off there. I actually realized a few months ago, I think I've been following you pretty much since soon after I woke up, so to speak, because I was scrolling through your history one day during one of your hiatuses. No need to apologize. You're a busy dude, man. I get it.
Thanks.
And I saw that you had that one posted from Hell's Kitchen. I was like, oh my gosh, I remember seeing that from starting to see things for what they are. It's like, I've been following you for a long time. That's been almost 10 years now. Yeah.
Yeah, that feels so crazy. I mean, I still remember the night that I got that picture. And to me, that's still one of the best. I don't know. I mean, I guess I didn't. I mean, there's no reason to keep trying to promote it, but it's a very important picture. For those of you who don't know what I'm rambling about, go to my early days on my YouTube channel, or just go in the search and look up Hell's Kitchen. And this is from back in the days when I used to work in reality TV. This is years ago. And you'll see, man, one of the electricians, there was a huge HK sign with a pitchfork, and people would take pictures of that for their families and all that, right? So a lot of us were from the Midwest and South and the East. So this electrician took a picture of the HK sign, and then he freaked out because there was a glass door slightly open in front of the picture, and the reflection was the most detailed demonic face you could. I mean, it's just looked like something out of a movie. But I was there that night working in another part of the place, and I know these guys it wasn't a joke or a setup. It happened quick, and it went around fast to all of us, and everybody was freaking out. So you can find that on my channel. Sorry, go ahead, Gypsy Woman.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm half listening to you and half distracted by this mischievous little angel here. So, but
hey,
yeah,
that's all right.
Picture is trippy, so trippy.
It's a trip.
It is. Oh yeah, so that dude that was talking, I'm sorry, I forget his name, but he was talking about his issues with the writing and stuff.
Yeah.
And it reminded me of years before, like I started seeing things for what they were and stuff. I was watching a movie with my then boyfriend, and I forget what movie it was. It wasn't Zoolander, though. It was some action movie. But a lot of people think Zoolander because all I remember is their little phones. And I started thinking eventually it's going to boil down to chips in our brains and stuff like that. And then I started having like this, I realize now it was a vision, but at the time I thought it was a really cool idea for a story or a movie or something where, how did it happen exactly? Oh, everybody had these little chips in their brain. They replaced all TV, phones, everything. You could be like working a boring factory job and be thinking, oh, I want to watch this specific episode of The Simpsons. And you could be watching it within your own mind, but still doing your job and not bothering anybody.
Wow.
But then something went haywire, and I was never very clear if it was a hacker or like a glitch or whatever, but it started off slow, you know, disgruntled service workers thinking F you at a nasty employee. And we've all thought that at some point if we've worked in the service industry. But,
yeah,
you know, it started off small like that, but then it started boiling up to like politicians and stuff weren't able to tell their lies because people were hearing their true thoughts. And so the world went into complete chaos and anarchy because nobody was voting. Businesses couldn't stay running because, you know, if everyone can read your mind, sometimes that can get you in a lot of
some
trouble.
Of the people were racist. Some of them did this, they did that. You're right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So then scientists started working on this replacement chip, and it was absolutely mandatory that everybody had to have this chip in place. In the vision, it was called the MCC, mind control chip. And again, this was before I even woke up or anything. And if you were caught not having one, they would fine tooth comb your entire history. Someone you just casually nodded at, like, hey, walking down the street. You know, you don't even know this person, but they'd be going through that person's history too with a fine tooth comb, finding anybody who doesn't have the chip, forcing you to get it. And then a few months after I had that vision, I was never able to write it down in like a story or a screenplay or anything like that. I could just never get it right. And then a few months later, I saw people planting things in their pets. And I was like, oh no, here we go. And then a couple months after that, I don't remember what channel it was on or whatever, but this guy was working on some kind of chip where he, at that point in time, he only had it in Morse code, but his wife could be in one end of the house, she had one too, and he'd be in the other end of the house, and he'd tap his foot so many times and she'd know exactly what he wanted and vice versa. And I was like, oh God, this is the man. Like, he's going to be the one who causes all of this. And that's when I realized it was a vision. And then, you know, I was working with the carnival back actually around the same time I started to wake up. And yeah. And I noticed at one of the places we were playing, that's, you know, having a show, whatever, you know, the rides and all that. There was a tent there, not with us, but like somebody else had a tent there set up. They were set up there 3 years in a row because I was with the carnival for 3 years. And it was called, I've no word of a lie, a Masonic chip. The last three letters was like C.H.I.P, Masonic hip. Technically, it was spelled. And that was for planting your children. And I was like, oh, dear Lord, help us all.
Wow.
Like it's, and that was back in 2010, 11-ish, 2011, probably. Yes,
have you ever heard
existed. You're writing down, my love.
Have you ever heard of it's okay. Have you ever heard of the YouTube channel called Forerunner 777?
No, I haven't.
Well, he's like a watchman, and he's been doing it for years. I think he was even around before me, back around 2010. But anyway,
wow.
He's one I kind of came up on a few over the years and watched some of his stuff. But he had a video a few years ago where there was Freemasons were offering a free chipping of your children if you came to the lodge. Yeah, it was either at the lodge or it was like a little park thing set up in front of the lodge, and then they would, for free, they would give your children a chip. And yeah, that was a mind blower. Y'all can look that up in the chat or whatnot. But
probably the same people then that were doing it when the small town I was in.
Wow. Yeah, that's
crazy.
That is crazy. And that whole vision is just wow.
I'm sorry. It's such a charming little distraction.
Oh, you're okay. You're fine.
I'm still tripping that I'm even talking to you, honestly.
Ah, shucks. Well, I'm glad you are. I love talking to you guys.
Oh, thank you. We love listening to you. And it's nice to chat with you sometimes too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be doing more of these, and it's always nice to, just to talk to you guys. What else? Anything else you wanted to throw? Well, actually, let me ask you a question then. So, how do you how is it being a mother of like such a young child or young children in a time like this? How do you feel? How are you making it all make sense? What's your thoughts, if you don't mind?
Honest to God, it is terrifying, especially since I know every child is beautiful and stuff like that, but she is an extremely aesthetically beautiful little girl, and inside as well, which is most important. And you know, typical, you know how they love the Aryan look, certain people, you never know what you're allowed to say on the internet these days.
Yeah,
but
you're right.
they love
though.
the Aryan look, blue eyes, blonde hair, and she is that, you know. And then she was also born blind in her right eye, and you know how they've got all that right eye symbolism. So I'm always terrified of something. If the wrong people were to get their hands on her, I don't want to say because she's right here.
Yeah.
But, you know, not sleeping like she's supposed to be. But she was so excited to hear, oh my gosh, you might get to talk to Cajun.
Well, hi.
Yeah. He said hi to you, sweetie. Hi. Yeah.
Aww.
But also since the time she was a baby, I've seen adults looking at her in a way that should be reserved for looking at women. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do. That's so unfortunate.
There was a pedophile who lived down the street from us, actually. And some people might be like, oh my gosh, why are you talking about that right in front of her? But I mean, there's been numerous instances in her short life where adults have been looking at her in the wrong way. So she needs to be educated that there's not everybody has her best interests. And so she needs to be very safe and stick with me, or if she's with grandma, stick with grandma if I'm not around, you know, things like that.
Yeah.
Because it only takes a second. And there was one day where 3 separate occasions, 3 separate people were all jokingly trying to kidnap her. And I was like, what the heck? She was about 3 or 4. No, not 4. She was about 3 years old at the time.
Or 2.
No, you weren't 2 because you were walking with me. But, yeah, it was very scary. And then for a while, we had a pedophile living down the street from us, and the cops wouldn't do anything to help us. Like, he never made any direct moves, but somebody had said he was a 3 times registered sex offender. Well, when we called to find out what those offenses were, the cop said, oh, we can't tell you for his protection. I said, you can't tell me for his protection. Meanwhile, he lives down the street from a house where there's 4 kids in it, because I had my son with me. He lives with his dad, but he visits, you know, sometimes during school holidays, because he lives on the other side of my province. So anyways, that's another story into itself. And then the couple downstairs, they had 2 kids as well. And I was like, there's a house with 4 kids. And this guy has been reported lingering in front of it many times by other people coming to visit me. And you won't tell us for his protection? Like, wow. They have the wrong people's mind, like in mind for protecting. So it's very scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, but you're keeping it together, it seems, right?
I'm doing my best. Sometimes.
What else are we gonna do? You know, it really is a fight or flight reality we're in every day. It's not like just and occasionally something happens, you have to make that choice. It's like every day now in this world, it's really is fight or flight, and we have to. That's where I feel like we have to lean more on our Father, our Heavenly Father, more and more now. You know, and just have that. Do what we have to do. Of course, we have to put physical action behind what we want, but also He'll meet us halfway, right? So we got to do that every day. You know, know this. I'm not telling you anything you don't know.
No. Sometimes it's like we're preaching to the choir, but other times you hear some really interesting things. Well, I mean, you always hear really interesting things. I'm distracted and not being as careful with my words as I normally would be.
You're okay. That's all right.
But, yeah. And then, another thing, the girl who had called in and was talking about her zombie dreams, that reminded me too of around the time I was waking up and before I was ever a carny. It felt for months I was having recurring dreams, but it started to feel like nightly training missions, because I'd wake up feeling as if I'd been running all night. And in the dreams, it was like some zombie apocalypse. And I was like really skilled at parkour, which makes no sense because I trip over my own feet sometimes, you know. There's no way I could do parkour if I tried. But in the dreams, I was pro at it and like in search of the people that I cared about and stuff like that. And I'd always wake up feeling as if I had actually been doing these things. And it was the same thing every night for months. And then it just stopped. And I was like, what the heck was that?
That's interesting. I have a friend. I don't want to throw her name out there because I don't know if she wants everyone to know this, but she's one of our YouTube friends here and usually hanging out and stuff from time to time. But she experiences the same thing. She has these dreams where she really feels it's a whole other reality, a spiritual training type place she feels she's going through, and she feels it has to do with the end times and all this other stuff. It's that they're already fighting battles, you know, in places that we don't understand. And Yeah, right. And that's been a few years now. She's talked about that. So yeah, interesting.
Speaking of spiritual battles, you remind me another time. I'm sorry, I'm all rambling. I'll try and cut it short because there's other people waiting.
You're fine.
Dude, sometimes I think you must have a bladder made of steel listening to your live shows because like, you very rarely take a break and you go for hours. It's crazy.
I just settle in, you know, but thanks. Yeah. I get my, you know, completely here now mode and just roll with it. I love it. But go ahead.
Yeah. But oh yeah, so a few years ago I was at a Twisted show. I don't know if anybody's familiar. They were basically ICP's protege, and then they kind of went their own way and they went very dark afterwards. But I was still a fan, and I'm like, oh, you know, they're not really that up. I was stupid and naive and deluding myself, honestly. But I went to their show because I never thought in my lifetime that they'd come to my small city in, you know, freaking Ontario and be right around the corner from my place. I had to go. Tickets were $20. Like, why not? But anyways, and when I went there, there was a really weird energy. I was there with my best friend, and if she was here, she could confirm things because I would have been doubting myself for sure. And there's really weird energy, and people were like all slamming into each other. I'm like, no, I'm not here for that. So I, like, you know, in my mind channeled a protective force field, and that actually was keeping people from bouncing off of us. And I was like, nah, it's just coincidence. And then throughout the show, the guys on stage, I saw their demons, like, for real. I'm like, that's not context, that's not makeup, that's not a stage show. Like, that's their demons for real. And, you know, and I like started, you know, reinforce my protective force field. I know I sound like a lunatic, but like my friend was there and she's like, holy, you know, like nobody's touching us. They're like staring right at you, glaring like they hate you. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure they know what I'm doing. And then I swear to God, the second half of their show, they straight up said something along the lines of, hey, yo, I think these guys need to come to hell with us, man. I don't know what was with that really bad Jamaican accent. They don't sound like that. But anyways, you know, yeah, they said something along those lines, and all of their songs afterwards took a really down turn. Like they were legit trying to drag the souls to hell of everyone in that audience. And it's like, oh no, we are not having that. And so the whole time I just clenched my fists and like imagine this force field protecting everybody. And I'm like, Father, forgive them. They know not what they do. I just kept repeating that over and over in my head. And those guys on the stage were getting so mad at me, so mad and like very visibly frustrated. And my friend was really pointing it out like, hey, they really don't like you. You're like, they really keep glaring at you. And I'm like, I know, they know what I'm doing and they know that I know what they're doing. Like we're in a battle right now for real. And then, you know, the show was over. And when we left, like, I don't want to be sacrilegious saying it was like Moses parting the Red Sea, but like we didn't have to force through the crowd or anything. Like people were just automatically parting ways. And my friend was all, oh my gosh, I wish you could project this force field all the time. I was like, you know what, man, so do I. This would be so useful at Walmart or something, you know? Yeah. And I have tried that like before in busy stores. I'm like, okay, force field. But I haven't been able to do that since. I think it was given, like that gift was given by God for that moment because it was necessary. And yeah, I really wish I could do it at will though.
I know, right? But I like that. Yeah, I like that. I like those moments where you just know that he's with you and you're safe and, you know, and you know it's supernaturally. You know this isn't normally the way things would play out. That's fantastic.
I like to be safe.
Well, thank you for sharing.
No problem, but I should let you go. Oh, there's other people waiting and maybe she'll finally go to sleep after. But
hey,
thank
no
you
problem.
so much for having me. You are so awesome and I thank God for you every day. I truly do. Even this little one here does. She's like prayed for you too. We both have. Like, yes.
Well, thank you both so very much. I really appreciate it. And awesome talking to you. Thanks for sharing. And y'all have a good, safe night, okay?
You too. Thank you for letting me ramble.
Hey,
and never
anytime.
apologize for your rambles. They're what make you you. And we love listening to them. But I'm a hypocrite for saying that because I'm a habitual apologizer and people tell me all the time, stop apologizing.
I do that too. All right. Well, thanks. Take care.
All right. Thanks for your time. Have a good night. Bye.
All right, man. That was awesome. Gypsy Woman. All right. Next is Armor Up. And then Blake's next after that, then Dre, and then we're done. That's it. All right. Hey, Armor Up, how you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How's things?
All right. I'm on a cheap headset here, so just make sure you can hear me.
Hey, that's okay. No problem.
Things are good and bad. You know, all the same. I'm going through the same thing everybody else is going through. We're all
it helps, doesn't it?
Living in this chaos, right?
it helps to hear that we're not alone in that, right? Sometimes you feel like, oh man, I'm just being attacked and everything's terrible, but you realize, wait, it's a thing. It's happening to all of us. It really is.
Yep, it is. And you know, I hear a lot of different things, but I think the virus is a real virus, whether it's either one of the things poured out by God from one of the four horses, or it's four horses of the apocalypse, or it's a man-made virus trying to institute the new world order, or maybe it's God's virus and they're using it to institute the new world order.
Right.
I don't know.
Exactly. We don't know.
I say it's one of those, but I think it's real. And
yep, I believe it's real too.
But I've been listening to you for a long time, back when Scalia, the judge, got killed. Back then, you did a couple shows on him and the place where he stayed. That was about the time I started listening to you. It was back then.
Oh, cool! That was a crazy. It's a Bohemian Grove that no one really knew about.
Yeah, a bunch of Democrats invited him to a hunting lodge or something. Yeah. But anyway, so I've been listening to you for a while, and
thanks, man.
Much respect. You do a lot to help a lot of people understand the spiritual things that we are living in, and I appreciate the things you do.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. So I guess what I wanted to talk about, it's kind of some crazy stuff, but
Good.
I guess I guess I'm gonna set my phone down. You don't have to see me, do you? So
no, you're fine. I just got a background playing there. I've got some clouds playing in the background.
So I just want to say one thing before I start.
Sure.
And that is that you know, we are seated with Christ. Everyone who's born again, you're seated with Christ in the highest of the heavenlies, and that's your position. Your power is the Holy Spirit that lives in you, the most powerful power that has ever been, that raised Christ from the grave. And that your authority, you're given all authority over demons and unclean spirits. And you have that all authority, and it's yours to use. And they have to. And when I looked up the definition of authority on Google, Wikipedia, or Google the dictionary thing, and it means the right to give orders and enforce obedience. So you have the right to enforce obedience and give orders to these unclean spirits and demons. You have this authority. It's yours.
Yes, sir.
Take it and use it. Command them. Love in the flesh, battle in the spirit, war for this stuff. You guys are warriors. If you're born again, you're born to be a warrior. That's what you are. The authority is given to you.
Yes,
so
sir.
Take it, use it, battle in the spirit, but love in the flesh. I don't care if they're a Satanist, a witch, a druid, love them. Because love is the biggest weapon in the flesh. If we can love with that Jesus love, that other than self-centered, that non-performance based love, if we can love people with that kind of love, then it defeats the enemy every time.
Yes.
So that's what I just wanted to say that before I get started, because I believe in these times right now that if people can understand the authority and the power that their prayers have, and then they start using it to combat these things, and everything comes from the spiritual. People talk about these things happen because we live in a fallen world. A fallen world has no power. A fallen world is just what we live in. It doesn't do things to anybody. It's an inanimate thing. It's God's creation, but it has no power. The whole power comes from spirit, and it either comes from one spirit or the other, and there's only two, Antichrist and Christ. And if we are not under the spirit of Christ, it's under the spirit of Antichrist by default, whether they choose it or not.
Oh man, keep going. I'm over here silently raising my fist in appreciation, like yes.
And everything. And I can't see what people are saying in the chat because I'm on a cell phone here. And I'll just say my name's Shannon. I'm in a little town in northwest Montana. I've been attacked by witches for about 16 years. I'll get into that in a minute. But through this process, God has used every bit of it to turn me into something that only he could make me into. And but you guys use this, what God has given you, use this authority, command these things. I mean, you stand on this stuff and you command them. They have to obey you. They do not have a choice. So so anyway, we got 2 commands: love God with our heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself, because love can never transcend the law. So you don't have to keep track of commandments or any of that. We love. Love is the commandment now. We love. And in the spirit we battle, in the flesh we love. And we will never transcend the law. And it's no longer burdensome to keep his laws if we love him. We don't, his requirements of us are not burdensome when we love him. We work. It's not a work that we try to earn our way anyway. We're to heaven as soon as Christ's righteousness was imputed to us. We're already in the kingdom. But we continue in his ways because we love him. Anyway, that being said,
great stuff,
go
Shannon.
ahead.
No, you go ahead, Ed. You go ahead. It's you. I'm loving it. I'm with you all the way. I've talked about this on a few of my shows not long ago about, we are there. We have the 9 manifestations of the Holy Spirit. Why aren't we using them? And I think there's just a lot of ignorance. Even I'm a little ignorant of it. I mean, because I experience things when I go out in public. There's people I see acting certain ways, and I can get the feeling from them, and I wonder. And I haven't had like a crazy experience, but I just have to. I think like that, like, Lord, what's going to happen if it becomes obvious to me somebody's under the oppression of one of these things? What do I do? Can I just walk up to them, lay a hand on them, and say, "Demon, in the name of Jesus
Absolutely,
Christ,
you can.
What is your name?" or whatever, right?
Absolutely, you can. In the process, I ended up in a federal prison because I got video footage and different things on some witch covens. They have people in the law enforcement where I live. They ended up having me arrested. I ended up with a firearm charge for an AR-15. It was my legal gun to own, but because I had a small amount of drugs in my possession, I ended up going federal for 30 months. But it was all just a thing to get this video footage that they didn't want me exposing them. Was what the whole thing really was. And but I'll tell you a little more about that in a minute. But while I was in jail, I had told about these covens that were attacking me and these different demons that they had sent to me. And and here's another thing. I heard you talk about they show up in film. Well, I figured out exactly what it is. It's a double convex lens. And if you ever look through a double convex lens, if you point it up, you're looking down.
Right.
And if you point it to the right, you're looking to the left. It's really hard to look through one because you're always looking the opposite way, and you got to move it the opposite way. It takes a whole lot of time and messing with one to even figure out how to get it to work. But I'm telling you, people that put in their work for the enemy, when you look at them through one of these lenses, they do not look human. Once they earn their stripes, they get a mask that comes with their stripes when they put in work for the enemy. Just like a gang in the natural, they have to commit their murders or do their drug deals or put in their work for the gang. Well, it's the same thing in the kingdom of Satan. And as they earn their stripes, as you will see them, they will not appear human any longer. One had tusks coming out of his cheeks when I seen him through it, and like it looked like almost like Kiss makeup on his face, like from back in the Kiss days when they used to paint their face. Another one looked like a gray alien, and I graduated with the guy that looked like a gray alien, but he's been involved in this Satanism for a long time now, and he's deeply possessed by demons.
Wow.
But here's the thing I found out is there's so many of them that it's absolutely amazing. And here's the thing: the Christians have been lazy and lackadaisical and have been just cupcake Christians for so long and not paying attention to what's really happening.
True.
But the satanic army has been on the march. They've been on the march, and they've been training up their young from the time they're born to take these, not only whatever else they do to their young in their rituals and whatever else, but by the time they get to be of age, they have directed them to take jobs of medical arts, law enforcement, lawyer jobs. They got them in the prosecutors. They got them in the public defenders. They got them in the judges' chambers. They got them in media, in medical. Anything that job that has control over society, they're putting their people in those positions. And that way those people can work for the coven to make sure that anything that comes to law enforcement doesn't ever expose the covens that are in existence. They all work together. It's a network. Right. And I believe that a lot of what they communicate through is Facebook Messenger around here, believe it or not. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, no, and I'm with that, and they do. In fact, I'm going to do a short video most likely tomorrow about this COVID-19 thing, but I'm going to show an example of that, of how they're telegraphing things to each other with codes and whatnot. But I'm with you on that. I know that they have elements in all aspects of society. That's even been telegraphed in a lot of entertainment as well. Another way to kind of do that predictive programming for us.
Yes.
Exposing this, that, they're already among us and they're just waiting for the moment, right, to do whatever. And yeah, it is. I wonder if, you might even be a good guest sometime to come on. It sounds like you've got a lot to talk about.
You won't even believe it. I'm just getting started. You can cut me off when I'm out of time, but.
Well, I'll tell you what, can you email me at thescariestmovieever@gmail sometime, and we'll have to chat.
I've been waiting to get a hold of you because I want to talk to you about how you can reveal these spirits through different lenses. I can explain to you how I found it out. It's just a kind of a long story.
Well, that's okay. And I want to say something real quick as a disclaimer, and it's no offense to you or anything, but I've done this kind of thing before on the spot where I've been like, hey, man, and then I'll bring someone on. And I got burned a couple times, honestly, by people who we found out later were total scams and stuff, because I took chances, and I admitted it. It's still on the channel somewhere, but we had them on and I was with them for a while. Then it started getting into way too weird, and then I found out later that I got played. So I'm just saying, I'm putting that out there. But go ahead. And so
I'm no player, man. I'm everything I say in front of God, and every word that comes out of my mouth is absolute truth.
Thanks, Jim. Do you understand why I had to say that, though?
I absolutely do. So thanks, anyway, Jim. while I'm sitting in jail, and I had told the investigators what had happened. These people that were coming after me, and that they were I should have never probably told them, but it turns out 2 of the law enforcement officers that worked on the police department here were in covens, and they worked completely against me. Tried to get me sent to a mental institute for a mental analysis to see if I was even fit to stand trial. Here's the crazy thing. And I didn't ask for any of this. This isn't what I asked for. And I do want to say one thing. Tongues is a real thing, but it's a personal prayer language. But it does say in 1 Corinthians chapter 14 that it is evidence to the unbeliever. So you guys can do what you want with that, because I've seen some talk about tongues in the chat earlier. Anyway,
oh, really? Okay, we'll talk about that too. I've had some experience.
So I get in jail, and I really just got devoted to God. I started just waiting on the Lord, and I'd drink coffee in the daytime. When everybody would go to sleep at night, I'd lay there and I just pray and pray and pray. And I got lit up by the Holy Spirit. It started at my feet, and it felt like electricity is surged up through my body to my head, and it would stay there for about 5 seconds, and then it would drop back down to my feet, and it would repeat this over and over and over for about somewhere between 3 and 5 minutes. I don't know. I literally had to put my hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. Afterwards, I began speaking in tongues, and here's the crazy thing: let me say one more thing. Then after that, I just knew everything was about Jesus' love. There was nothing in this world more important than the love of Christ, and it was just so paramount in me, and it just resonated with everything, every fiber of my being, that love was the answer to everything. And God actually told me that I had to love these people who had done this to me. And I knew it was God saying it, because 3 times I asked him, and 3 times I've only heard him speak audibly to me twice. One time he said love 3 times. One time he said Ezekiel 3 times. And it was the only time I've ever heard him audibly speak. But when he said love to me 3 times, I absolutely did not think that he could possibly be serious about me loving these people that had done this to me. But anyway, as I accepted it, and I started to forgive them and operate in love, that's when this thing happened to me. And I got baptized in the Spirit by myself in a jail bunk. So anyway, forward we go a little bit. A guy comes into this jail that I'd never met before. He asked me to pray with him. He's ready to recommit his life to Christ. As I lay hands on him to start praying for him, and all of a sudden he starts doing this weird stuff, and his eyes were doing weird things. One eye was going, it was almost like The Exorcist on TV. He was drawing on his hand so I just started commanding these things out of him. He starts spitting foam. He's like choking on this imaginary snake that he's like trying to pull out of his mouth. I mean, this stuff was absolutely crazy. And
I've seen
one of the guys
too. Yeah.
one of the guys that came into the jail had said he was going to body slam God when he saw him. He was really mad at God, angry with God. Well, this guy kept trying to look in the room to see what was in my cell, to see what was happening. I told him to come in and sit on the toilet and watch. So after this had taken place for about an hour and a half, the guy sitting on the toilet actually accepts Christ. The one that was going to, because what he saw, he could not deny what he had saw. And I didn't ask for any of this. This is the first time any of this happened. It happened. I just laid hands on the guy to pray for him. I had no idea that this was going to happen, but this was God teaching me. Well, the guy that accepted Christ goes down to the jail library, finds a book, and it's all about casting out demons. But it talks about demons are the rats and sin is the garbage, and you get rid of the garbage and the rats got to go. They lose their right to be there. It's all about legality. Satan's a legalist. If he can find a legal avenue into your life, he doesn't have to leave until that legal avenue is broke. So I went through this stuff, and I started going through generational curses, soul ties, occult practices, and forgiveness of others. And I found out, this is one thing I found out, unforgiveness is let me stop and digress for a second. Throughout the prison system, I ended up going to federal prison for 30 months, and I ended up working with about a little over a dozen people, and probably exercising over 400 different spirits out of people. And during the time that I'm doing this, I learned a lot. God used all this to teach me.
Man, we are definitely going to have our own show together. Okay, please continue. Though.
So I'm laying hands on this guy, and I'm praying for him, and I'm leading him through his own deliverance. And as I'm leading him through his own deliverance, he can't even say some of these things. The enemy's just binding up his tongue. And so I would address that spirit. I would bind that spirit so that I could speak with Jeff and not the spirit. And then I would get Jeff to where he could start saying these prayers again. And I was having him like renounce ever being wed to Satan and announce that he's the bride of Christ. Man, he couldn't say it. Those things were binding his tongue up. So finally I got him to where, all said and done, every time he forgave these people that he had, I'd make him see. After the first thing when I laid hands on him, then the guy that got saved got me that book, and I learned so much out of that book that I just made him wait a few days. And a few days later, I started leading him through his own deliverance. And when he went through this forgiveness thing of all these different people, come to find out he had been in a bunch of occult practices. But as he's forgiven these people from the Hell's Angel that did these things to him, and as he's forgiving this people, the Santeria that did something to him with a chicken foot, and he's forgiven all these crazy things that had happened to him. And as he's forgiven them, these things were coming off of him. I couldn't see him, but he's like, another one left, and he's sobbing and crying, and things are leaving him over and over and over as he's renouncing all this stuff and forgiving. But I'm telling you, for the people listening, forgiveness is so paramount. In Matthew 6, it says that if you do not forgive, your sins are not forgiven. And in my study Bible, where it expands on that, my Bible actually says God will not hear your prayers if you do not forgive others. So I don't know. That's just what people wrote in the expanded part in the study Bible. I have a fire Bible, but that's what it says. And then in Matthew 18, where it talks about the two servants, one was forgiven more, and the one that was forgiven much went and had the other person that owed him very little thrown in jail. After that analogy, it says that because he did that, because the one that was forgiven much went after someone else that owed him little, he was turned over to the tormentor. And then it says the kingdom of heaven is like this. So I'm telling people, if you hold on to unforgiveness, you are giving the enemy a legal right to your life. To whatever extent, I don't know. But I just know that unforgiveness is huge. The only thing I've found in my experience of all the spirits I've dealt with and all the people that I've helped through this, and that's probably close to 20 now. And actually, I've done a few since I've been out of prison. So maybe it's even more like 600 spirits. I've been involved with people, with leaving people. Jesus Christ did it all. I didn't do any of it. I have no authority over anything. It's all Jesus. And that's what people scoff at this stuff. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know. God did this. He set these people free. So why would you even ridicule it because they got set free? And so, God did this stuff. I can't exercise anything from anybody. Only the power of Christ. So anyway, the point I wanted to make is unforgiveness is huge. And it also says that if we let the sun set on our wrath, it gives the enemy a foothold. Foothold translates to territory. It actually means that he has territory in your life. So don't, if you guys are angry at somebody, give it to God before you go to bed at night.
Man,
don't give the enemy any legal right into your life. I just want to see you people free from any attacks. Yes. So anyway, I'll back up. Tell me when I'm done, because I'm just going to go as fast as I can until I'm done.
16 Shannon, you're doing fantastic, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but do you remember my email? If not, I'll tell you again. Just want to make sure if you know it.
It's scariest movie at Gmail.
The scariest movie ever at gmail.com. And
scariest movie ever.
Yep,
at gmail.com.
Gmail. Definitely email me soon, and we'll set it up, because I feel like, you're the kind of people I look for, if that makes sense, I do. And I find you sometimes. I've had another gentleman on a couple years ago that's done a lot of real spiritual battle. He's fascinating, man. He's still out there doing it, as far as I know. But anyway,
the Holy Spirit's been telling me to get in touch with you for a few weeks now.
Good.
I tried to get a hold of you a time back, but which I messed up when I was sending in my text, and I didn't have enough time to wait. But anyway, I'll get back to what I'm talking about.
Okay, cool.
So,
go ahead.
So 16 years ago, this all starts, and I actually thought I had got into a conflict with a gang, and I had no idea what it was at the time. All I knew was that these people were loyal to an absolute loyalty, would never break character, would never stay. Didn't matter how. Even the ones that liked me, that were involved in it, would never say a word about what was going on, even though I knew they knew. And they were really trying to make life hard for me. They would do everything they could to consume my time, consume my money, anything they could do. Well, one night I just knew something was coming, and I don't know how. This is one of the gifts God has given me, even when I wasn't walking very closely with Him. He gave me the ability to know things that there's no way I can know. And I don't know why that is. I mean, because God has a purpose and a plan, and He's so infinitely wise that we could never understand His plans. He's got the devil doing his work for him, and the devil's got to get sick of it, because the devil thinks, I got this, but I got him this time. But in the end, God had him doing His work the whole time. Anyway, so I had this ability to know things. There was absolutely no way I could know, but I just knew. And I knew something was coming for me that night. Strangest thing. So I go in and I lay down on my bathroom floor, and I fell asleep. And as I wake up, I can't get into all the details of it because it would take too long, but somebody was coming into my bathroom. They were going to take me, and they were going to sacrifice me at one of their rituals. I shot somebody with a 9mm through the neck. They hit the ground in my hallway. They drug him out of my hallway. There was a towel that got stuck under my door so hard I almost had to knock the pins out of the hinge to get the towel out from under the door, because they had to pry it open so hard, and the towel was in the way, trying to get this guy out. Well, the guy ends up being a guy that I know, the one that I shot, and he ended up paralyzed in a wheelchair. And they made it like it was like he had gotten in a car wreck, but that's not what happened. He was the one who came in my house, and he's the one that I shot. And he ended up quadriplegic in a wheelchair. And so obviously they're the ones in the wrong coming in my house, and they hid the whole thing and hid the fact that I shot him. So here he goes in a wheelchair. Now here's the crazy thing. 2 years later, he commits suicide on my birthday.
What? Wow.
And and he commits suicide on my birthday. So there's a whole bunch more that happened back then, but I won't have time to get into it all. But I'm going to jump forward. So I started walking with the Lord. I was actually teaching Royal Rangers and doing things in the church, and raising my kids and trying to raise them in the church. But I was loose. I was the Laodicean Christian. I was just so lukewarm. I wasn't doing anything to advance the kingdom of God.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was just 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Yeah.
So this progresses.
It felt good to say you were a Christian. I was that way for years too.
Yeah. Right. So this progresses, and I kind of fell away, and I got back into drugs, and not heavy, but I was into them. And these witches and these covens, they got out ahead of me, and they spread this they knew what they were doing. They were out ahead of me before any of this happened, saying that I was crazy, that I was so crazy they knew what they were going to do to me. So they got out ahead of me and spread these rumors, and they would pass these rumors to people that aren't involved in the covens that they knew, so that they weren't even the ones spreading it anymore. It was other people that were credible that were spreading these rumors, and they got out ahead of me. They're smart. They know what they're doing. So anyway, then they say, come to find out, I meet this girl and I start dating her, and then after we end up having a child, she got a baby with me right now, and just 2 years old, that I'm getting to know, because I had to go into the federal prison for a little while. But anyway, when she's with me, she actually was really upset about the pregnancy, and I know why now, because she was sent to me and she was a witch. And it turns out I didn't know this at the time, but she was tied in with the family of the one that I shot 16 years earlier.
Whoa.
And so, and they're heavy in here. And here's another thing. It's all genealogy, most of it, man. These people, this isn't something that some of them decide they want to do this when they get older, of age or whatever. But most of these people that are involved in this kind of stuff, they were born into it. And they were born into it, and things happened to them bad when they were children at these rituals, and they are so chock full of the spirits that got put into them through these rituals that by the time they get older, they're not even like you and I. And I tell you, they all need to go to Hollywood because they're some of the best actors on the planet. So anyway, so that's what happens is she ends up hooking up with me, and her whole purpose was to destroy me. They wanted me dead. They still want me dead. And so I can't get into a whole bunch more of all that because it would take too long.
Yeah, because I wanted to ask what is, because apparently you did something major. I mean, what was the driving force for these people wanting you done so badly?
I've asked myself that so many times. I've heard other people call themselves targeted individuals or different things. And I don't know exactly what I was. One time I thought it was because I had a bad dealing with this one guy who was a gang member, but he was more than a gang member. He was also a witch. And so, I wasn't sure exactly why. I could never attribute one thing to why they would do this to me. I owed nobody money.
Right.
I didn't treat people bad, but here now I know what it is. I had accepted Christ a long time before that, and I know something happened in me when I accepted Christ. And my mom teaches a Christian recovery class here in town and a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And they were going to destroy me because it destroys, if they can take somebody that's a Christian and destroy their life, it discredits God with a lot of people.
Man,
and not only that, true. They just want to kill Christians. That's what they do. I mean, us Christians are responsible to carry out God's purpose on this earth.
Right.
Well, Satan's people are responsible to carry out his purpose on this earth. It's no different, except they operate discreetly. They try to hide in the shadows, and what they do is corrupt and evil. What we do is in the light. We believe in truth, so we hide nothing. And what we do is not in the shadows, but it's a battle that way as well as in the spirit.
Well, I definitely see that side of it. I mean, I guess just questioning kind of like your view on that, but I'm definitely with the spiritual angle on that, because I've even described that as like the movie The Matrix, when the bad guy can just suddenly jump into anybody that's around you. It really is like that spiritually, and it's a hive mind. So maybe you had a certain shine about your, if you will, maybe, with the Holy Spirit, maybe he knows your destiny, and, certain people get treated worse. Right.
There you go, KJ. That's what I've finally come to the realization. This is what I think it is. God had a hand of protection on me. Even when I was in sin, he was still protecting me. He would not let them take my life. I felt almost as a sense, because I had turned back away. I was in a relationship outside of wedlock. I had a child outside of wedlock. I'm not trying to condemn people, anybody listening. If that's what you're involved in, that's between you and God. I'm not condemning anybody. I'm just saying this is what I deciphered. The things that I was doing, and I was using drugs, and those things gave the enemy a lot of right to attack me. But I believe that it was almost similar to, you can do this to him, but you're not going to take his life. And something kind of like what happened to Job in a way, but I don't think I'm Job by any means. I'm not even nearly the man he was. But what I'm saying is I think that the amount of protection God puts on somebody, the enemy can see that person is going to do something for God. And maybe that's why. I don't know. All I know is that what I have become is all because of God. Anything I do that's good, that to advance his kingdom, is because of him. It's not me, it's God in me. And so I can't really take credit for any of it. But
Yeah.
maybe the enemy knows that by the amount of, because God's omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, and so but Satan is none of these. So
Right.
if Satan's not omnipresent, then he can't see the future. So I'm thinking, so he can't tell what my life's going to be like, but maybe by the protection God had on me, he knew that God was going to use me for something.
And in a sense, that's where Google and the surveillance state come in, because that's Satan's form of trying to be omnipresent,
And
Sorry,
another
go
thing
ahead.
is I was in a big time truther. I was big time into looking into 9/11. I knew a lot about the whole Bush administration, all the stuff from Operation Condor to I mean, I researched everything about Prescott Bush and him funding the Nazi Party and how crazy it was that his son would be a president after they arrested him on should have been arrested for treason. I mean, just all the stuff about the Bushes, and then all the way up to 9/11, and just all the craziness that surrounded that whole family.
JFK, CIA,
Barbara
yeah.
Bush maybe being a daughter of Aleister Crowley, and just all this different stuff, and so I researched a lot of that. Now I truly believe that the earth is flat. I don't know, actually I shouldn't say that. I don't know what it is. I just know what it's not. And so I'm not to get into that, but what I do know is that there's 400 scriptures in the Bible that describe a flat earth. There's not one that describes a globe. So anyway, but enough about that.
Yeah, we can always agree to disagree on some things. There's nothing wrong with that.
And then, like I said, I don't know what shape it is. I've never been high enough to look. I don't know. I just know they can't find curvature over the oceans, and it's that simple. But
well, so they claim that it's going to be this year or next year that they're going to start, putting civilians in space for tourism.
Well,
so
my
that'll
opinion
be interesting.
Is there's a firmament above us and there's water above that. So I don't know what space they're going to, if God's word's true. I mean, if the trumpets clapped the walls of Jericho, if the roses parted the Red Sea with a staff, if Jonah was held in a fish's belly for 3 days, is it hard to believe there's a firmament above us with water above that? I mean, I believe every word of the scripture is true. So that's just where I'm at, but that's neither here nor there.
Right.
But I don't even know why I went on that. I digress. I should never went there.
No, you're fine. Honestly, man, you're fine, because like I said, with everybody I've ever had a guest on, or even I have friends that are YouTubers I've had on shows, but we don't all agree on absolutely everything. It's what we agree on that brings us together. Case in point, my friend Jonathan Kleck. I've taken more heat for my friendship with John than anybody else because I know him. I've been to his house. I've met him. We've hung out, and we're friends. And
well, just like Jonathan says, I love you in Christ, right?
I love you in Christ. And I just tell him, hey,
what? He's exposed some things about the Vatican and things that just, I don't know. I mean, doesn't that have to be God? The stuff that has been revealed to him. I just don't see how a person just does that on his own.
Yeah, it's the whole. It's a very interesting. He's definitely one of the most interesting friends I've ever had, and I can also say, in all honesty, he's the one person I know that truly lives every moment of his life for God the best way he can. I can assure people of that.
Yeah, and you can tell just by he's genuine, man. He's a genuine, loving person.
Absolutely. But anyway, even with Jonathan, I don't agree with some of his impressions of things, and it's no big deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's back and forth. It's whatever. We're all branches of the same tree, and none of us have all the answers. So I say, let's keep it open. And, again, there's things I'm not with, I don't agree with, and whatever, but whatever, man. There'll be things I say that, you may feel the same way about, I'm sure. And I don't care. You're a fascinating person. I've enjoyed talking to you no matter what, Shannon. So that's why I do want to have you on, and I want to hear your story. Okay. We'll do that
it's,
another time.
Like I say, that's just a chip off the iceberg, bud. So I would be glad to share it with all. I just hope that, anything I say can empower other people to understand the authority they have in Christ. I went from somebody persecuted by these witch covens to a guy in prison casting out demons, and God used everything that happened in order to mold me into what he was going to have me to do. And here's the thing that became of all this is I am fearless towards this stuff. I have absolutely no fear of this stuff. It says we overcome the enemy by the blood of the Lamb, the words of our testimony, and not loving our lives unto death. And I do not love my life unto death. I would willingly. I mean, the worst thing they can happen to me is I go to be with Jesus.
Yep.
So,
I'm with
I
you
have
on that.
no fear whatsoever. And I'm telling everybody out there, have no fear ever. That's the enemy's number one tool. He loves that fear. And so don't give it to him. If you ever start to feel fearful, pray, ask God for strength, ask the Holy Spirit to fill you with strength and the boldness, and he will. And so you guys use your authority that you have in the spirit realm and pray hard and take authority over these things you see around you. Remember, everything comes from a spirit. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a sickness. I don't care what it is. Somehow it's coming from the spirit realm. The world does not have power. It all has to originate somewhere in the spirit realm and translates into the natural. So
Shannon,
take your authority.
You're so awesome. And I already see, look, there's a lot of people that follow my channel that are flat earthers, and they know that I'm not necessarily with it, but I've always been cool with them as long as they've been cool with me. I've had some trouble with the negative side of that community throughout the years, but even that, could have been, right, like a setup in its own, or, who knows? I understand the levels that can take place, but I see they're loving it. They're like, yes, this guy's awesome. More so, even beyond just that, Shannon has way more to offer than just his views on flat earth. I can tell way more. So go
really
ahead.
that's like I say, I probably shouldn't even have said that.
I know,
because
it's okay.
I didn't want to distract from what my real point is.
Exactly.
Is we are warriors. We are given the armor. That's why my title on my email is armor up. And I believe in that armor. And we shod our feet with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Be ready to deliver the gospel at any time, every place you go. We put on that belt of truth around your waist. Believe truth, walk in truth, speak truth. No lying, like Jonathan Fleck says.
That's
no
right.
lying. No lying. And the truth of Jesus Christ defeats the lies of the enemy every single time. Put on that breastplate of righteousness, not just the Christ righteousness imputed to you on salvation, but try to live as righteously as possible and ask forgiveness when you can't. Stay as righteous as possible, and to keep that righteousness that protects your heart. Then it says, put on the helmet of salvation, and it's the hope of salvation. It says in Thessalonians, it elaborates on the armor a little more. The armor of light, it calls it, and it's the helmet of salvation, the hope of salvation, and it's a hopeful mind, is the way I see it. It's a hopeful mind, and that hopeful mind can't doubt, it can't worry, it can't fear, because it's hopeful in what Christ has for us, and the shield of faith, that big faith. It says that faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of the things not seen. And so if you I believe it's like this. It's like a faith wheel. It's the great evolving faith, enlarging faith wheel. As you give God your hope for the things not seen, that's the substance. You give it to God. You give God your faith is substance that you give to God. When you believe that God will do something for you, that's the substance He needs to create the evidence of the unseen that comes back to you in the answer to your prayer. And as that answer to your prayer comes back to you, then you've seen what God can do, and you add that into your faith shield, because it's going to build it, because now you have more faith because you've seen what God can do. So now the next time when the substance of things hoped for, you've got more faith to put up to God for this next thing you hope for. And as you as you get the answer for that prayer that comes back to you, there's more evidence of the things not seen, and it enlarges your faith, and it keeps cycling and cycling until your faith just grows and grows and grows, and finally you got a shield that's just impenetrable, protect the people around you and everything else. And then most of all, the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. Memorize the Word of God. You ain't got time to go run and pick up a Bible every time you want to go into battle with the enemy. Learn to quote Scripture, you guys. You got to learn these Scriptures so you can quote them at the time that Satan hates hearing about it. And if you're ever having a hard night, read Revelations, because he really hates hearing that book. And so armor up, man. Armor up and go to war.
Thanks, Shannon. I could just sit here and listen to you, man. I'm loving it. I really am. Not to sound like a hippie, but I'm feeling, what you're saying here, and I really am with that. It's good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Love you, buddy. Good night,
you
Talon.
too,
I love
man.
You.
Hey, make sure and email
sorry,
me.
I'm saying good night to my son.
Oh, okay. I was going, hey, love you too, man. That's
I
cool.
love you too, KJ. I absolutely love you, KJ. There's no doubt about it.
But definitely do the scariest movie ever at gmail.com. We'll set it up, man. I can't wait to find out more. Okay.
All right. God bless you all. God bless you all. I'll be praying for all of you. I'll be praying for you, KJ. Keep up the good fight, y'all. I love y'all.
Thanks, man. Take
y'all
care.
Have a good night. All right. Later.
See you later.
Good night.
All right, man. Blake, you've been so patient, man. I'm glad we finally get a chance to chat. It's been a while.
Me too.
Man, how are you? Let me explain something. I'm sorry real quick, but I think I blocked your phone number because what happened is that I called you, I left you a message, but then that week I've been going through a round of those robocallers. They're real bad where I live, and I was getting them constantly. So I just kind of every number I would immediately block, and I think you fell in that category somewhere, and then I just lost it. I didn't know what was this or that, and so
dude, you know what? That's perfectly fine because I get the same problem every day because, well, we'll talk about it a little more, but I have a lot of different health problems, so I get nothing but spam calls for health insurance stuff all day, every day. So I get what you're saying, man.
Well, can you email me too sometime, and we'll figure that out. If you want to talk on the phone sometime, email me.
Yeah, okay? I'd love to do that. I do have some things that are more personal that I would rather not get into.
Yeah, let's do it
on this, but man, that Shannon just threw me for a loop. Right on, Shannon. That was so cool.
I know. Go ahead, Blake. I think I might have lost your audio there. Yeah, Blake, I think I lost your audio on your end. Let me see if you're muted. You're not muted.
Hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. I got you. You're back.
Okay. I was on a headset. I'll just turn down the volume so I don't have an echo in the background. Okay.
That's cool.
So, yeah, basically, I mean, in that same vein, I just kind of want to share some hope with some people because since I was a kid, so I fractured my spine when I was 12 years old wrestling for middle school. And it just completely diverted the entire course of my life. As you can imagine, and spent years in a wheelchair. And then I've had 6 spinal surgeries, and I'm fused from L3 through S1, have a spinal cord stimulator implant, and then finally got out of the chair with a lot of physical rehab, swimming, biking, that kind of stuff. So when I was 14 years old, Kaiser Pain Management actually put me on a combination of fentanyl, Dilaudid, Xanax, and Klonopin. And man, it was just, I don't know. It's kind of a PTSD thing for me too, thinking back on everything.
Yeah, I imagine.
But, so I spent many years through, prescription on the top tier of the strongest drugs known to mankind. And not only that, but then I eventually ended up on the maximum FDA dosage of all 4 medications combined. And I did that around the clock since I guess I was 14 through like almost 30 years old. And then when I was in graduate school, I have a master's degree in school psychology. I'm a school psychologist. And I was in graduate school in Wisconsin and slipped and fell on the ice and sheared one of the screws in my back. So then I had to have another surgery, where they take all the stuff out, put back in. Anyway, I don't want to focus on the health stuff. But I just want to set up and preface that I really, from a young age, was going through a lot, chemical dependency, I was all into sports. I born and raised in San Diego, and now I live in Temecula, which is halfway in between LA and San Diego.
Oh yeah, and, I've been down through there. How's the, are you having to deal with any of that C virus stuff?
Oh, it's terrible too. Yeah, I teach in a classroom too, so I'm around children all the time. And
wow,
I made my own hand sanitizer. So yeah, I grow all my own food too, and I have an herb garden. So
hey, let me ask. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm just curious because you're getting access to the minds of the future. So, I mean, how are the kids that you're seeing coming up? How's this generation looking? What are you thinking as far as, how's the future humanity looking?
Well, so that ties into the message of what I was getting to is so eventually in 2016, After 3 cardiac arrests and 2 grand mal seizures, I got off of all of those medications.
Oh,
and
wow,
haven't
great.
had, yeah, so I haven't since, and I got out of the hospital on 6/6/16.
Whoa.
By chance, if you want to call it that. I don't believe in
Right.
chance, but so yeah, I've had many different issues, but then tying that into the future of these kiddos, just the Lord started delivering these kids into my lives, where I started with music therapy, branched out from the school psych stuff, and then got good enough at my instrument that I just started, being asked to do different things involved with just gigging and then worship bands, and then I became a worship leader. So it's been a huge tool that I've been able to use, and so then maybe 1 out of every 2 kids that started coming through the door with at the school I teach at is disabled in one way or another, either physically or developmentally delayed, or on the spectrum, or
Wow.
one way or another. And so I just saw this new path, and this beautiful way that these kids would come in sullen, withdrawn, just temperamental, frustrated, emotional, throwing tantrums, just you could see they were just so frustrated and having a difficult time. And then once you just gave them a simple part to play, or you able to just show them the joy that, not just the instrument, but that's why I prefaced with what I said with what I went through to begin with, because I understand the significance of the therapeutic aspect
Wow.
of going through that, because I myself had to get out of a wheelchair. And then not only that, but I mean, Shannon talking about battling demons, man, have I battled demons, because I was so possessed by all these different chemicals, and I was so oblivious to the fact that I was even on such hardcore drugs from a young kid, because I mean, it should be illegal to put a naive kid in pain on that cocktail of drugs as a kid. You know what I mean? Like my school nurses were doling out oxys to me during lunch.
Dang, that is so crazy.
Yeah, and then it was reinforced by all my coaches, my parents, my doctor. I mean,
that's
so
that
anyway,
beast system, right? That's that pharmakia, the pharmakia branch of the beast system, right?
100%, brother. So yeah, I'm kind of, it's almost a double-edged sword, because I am very worried for the upcoming generations, just because I see what the beast system is, and the world, and how perverse everything's gotten, and just how things have been just turned upside down. And it's just, I mean, it makes me want to cry when I see God's creation turn into this defiled thing. But there's still so much beauty in the world. There really is.
And there's still a lot of really good people that are, truly connected with God through Jesus, and really trying to live the right way, and trying to follow the rules, if you will, the instructions. And that's right. Without us, this place would be done.
Well, man, you've been so significant in so many people's lives, and
thanks.
I maybe don't say it enough in the comment section or whatever, but I really do follow closely what you say, because it's not only just bringing up weird, kind of esoteric things that I'm into too, which are cool to just see kind of weird things, but then bringing the focus to the Lord. And here's the really trippy thing, is that in addition to all that, I've had 3 cardiac arrests and 2 grand mal seizures.
Wow.
So
do you have coronary artery disease?
Well, I have heart issues. I'm on blood pressure meds. I'm on
me too.
Stuff called, I'm on clonidine. So it's it sucks, and I have hypertension and bad heart problems, and my heart will go crazy if I don't take my blood pressure meds.
Me too.
Which is really hard, because after being able to fight and battle and get off of all that stuff after 20 years of being on that stuff around the clock. I mean, just all through puberty, all through formative stages, all through everything, I was on all those drugs.
Yeah.
So but I mean, I still accomplished many different things and was able to get a master's, and I'm actually working on my second one now in marriage and family therapy, so I can work with adults.
Oh, cool.
And then I also work in addiction medicine and help run some groups and, do some things in that vein too. But one thing I will tell you that's really cool is that people have started to recognize what is going on within my life and within, the community that's been brought together, the kids that have been brought together. Just 2 days ago, there's this new kid I have, well, not too new, but like 6 weeks he's been with me lessons. And I gave him this new Pearl export kit that another guy called me and donated to me. And I have like 4 or 5 drum sets sitting in my garage. So so this autistic kiddo, he's just another example of like the joy it brought to him. He had tears in his eyes. He was so happy. And then his parents were, so stoked to see like, oh my gosh, my frustrated kid all of a sudden is like smiling and laughing and playing. And so I don't know. I've just found a way to use it to show just like God's grace, what the perseverance can do, if you show it in the right way, because with some people you can't be too direct right away, because I don't want to disrespect other people's belief systems or you know what I mean, because it's also it's a professional business too, so it's not like I can be like preaching there as a subcontractor kind of thing, but these kids are coming in listening to satanic music. It's like all they're coming in with like Megadeth and Pantera hats and Avenged Sevenfold and all these bands. Like they don't even recognize like what it is and what the songs are about. And then you watch the videos, or like, because I put some of the songs on not knowing what they were, and then like the videos that go along. I mean, it's just, man, it's terrible. So what I've done is then I've started to change what we've played into more, just branching out from anything other than that type of music and expanding their universe in that sense. And then also showing that you can become good at the instrument, even despite disabilities or having, because like I have neurological disease, I have heart problems, I'm anemic, like I have severe neuropathy in my feet. So
wow,
it's almost like I don't want to, it sounds cliche, but it's almost like what God has in store for me in a sense. You know what I mean?
Hey,
it's
man,
like
I feel, I had a heart attack, and it's about a year and a half ago, not near like your situation, but just to try to be relatable. And I know what you mean. Just the whole shock of like your whole life kind of has to change. Even if you don't want to take some of these meds, you have to take some of them. You know what I mean? And it's just a whole thing. But yeah, just like you, man, I've maintained a cool attitude about it. Just, I just try to, it is what it is. And I do my bit. I eat right. I exercise. I've changed my whole life,
That's what I did too. Yeah. And that's why I grow all my own, like I have all my own fruits and vegetables, herb gardens, and, all that stuff. So, yeah, man, it's just the main thing that I just wanted to get across is just that, anything is possible with the Lord. And for me, with me, it took a change in my heart. It wasn't just saying something or speaking the words or, asking for forgiveness or prayer. It was like, I felt this shift. You know what I mean? It was like, I had to actually, it's so hard to put into dialogue, but for me, it was like internally, I really had to apologize, say that meaningful, not, prayer, but just give my life to like, okay, I have no idea what I'm doing here. I've tried to follow my own direction and it's gotten me into nothing but trouble. And yes, I believe a lot of it was attacks, and because during crucial stages when I was like flourishing and doing well, something traumatic would happen where I was just brought right back down to the gutter again multiple times. So, but it's such a hard battle to fight at times, but it's impossible without the Lord. It's impossible without the Lord. That's how I feel, at least.
Yeah.
Like you have
it
to have
is.
the Lord.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, because I'd still be in a chair, moping around, feeling sorry for myself, playing the victim role, I wouldn't be helping the community. I'd still be on drugs. You know what I mean?
Man, you're doing so great, man. You're awesome. You are an inspiration, and that's not to be, belittling at all. It's just you're awesome, dude, and you're fighting the battle too. You're in the spiritual warfare, and you're doing something that really makes a difference and matters. And you know what I mean?
I appreciate that. Yeah, and because for me, it's like, well, I don't want to get into another subject and stuff, but let's just say I did get into some trouble back in the day too because of being on prescriptions and driving. And it's not because I crashed or got hurt anyone or anything like that, but I lived next to a police officer and he gave me DUI for driving on my prescription.
Oh man.
And yeah. And so what happened was they took my school psych license away because of that. And then I had to get everything expunged. I had to do time. I had to go through that. I mean,
wow. That's been a trend tonight, Blake. Not to but have you noticed that? I think almost every guest, except for Vosto, maybe, but they've all.
I know. I said that in the chat too. It's like almost everyone's been to the pen or something. Yeah, it's
very
crazy.
Interesting. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it is. But so I went through my journey with that too, and then I had to get all my stuff expunged, which I did, and so everything that's I've ever gotten into, and that's the only thing I've ever been in trouble for. It's not like I was a bad kid or like stole stuff or was violent or a sexual predator. It's something crazy.
Yeah.
I'm not like a criminal or anything, and I've always tried to do my best, but even that will just it'll just derail your whole life. So anyway, I kind of had to figure out another path because of having that suspended and then having to wait the years to get it expunged and get it back. So that's why I got into the drumming and the drum therapy. And then also that got me into worship music and then becoming a worship leader and then showing others just with perseverance and stick-to-itiveness. And now, it's like I'm helping the community. Kids are coming to me left and right. I have students galore. I mean, it's amazing to see what the Lord's provided.
Man, that's awesome. I love that.
So anyway, yeah, I got kind of nervous too right before getting on. So sorry if my voice sounded shaky or weird, but
no,
I also wanted to
you're doing quickly, fantastic.
I wanted to speak quickly, so I didn't take up a ton of time, but still got enough points across. It's just, I don't know, man. I'm still trying to figure it out too. And 3 years ago, before I got the job, a Christian fish made out of light appeared in the middle of my drum pad. I'm not even kidding. I will email you the picture.
Cool. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's like maybe it's coincidence, whatever. I don't know.
I'm with that, man. No, hey, I see that stuff the same way.
It's so crazy, and I got a picture of it, and my dogs are right there, and it's funny.
Yeah,
but
I'm with you.
So once I saw that, and then I just put all my energy and focus into that, and then all of a sudden, it just opened a whole nother pathway for me to still be able to show others, to avoid the pitfalls that I fell into. And then especially with the younger generation, and just because it is scary. I'm with you, man. It's like, well, I don't know but at sometimes I'm like losing hope with sometimes, because
with what? With people?
Well, with the younger generations, just because of the indoctrination and just, everyone's just, well, just Google it. Just Google it. I mean, no one has to know anything anymore.
That's that it does look like the generation that was mentioned, like the final generation, right? Like a wicked generation, feet rushing to wickedness and mischief makers and all this other stuff. But yeah, just completely kind of brainwashed. And they're not all lost. Of course, that's a terrible way to look at it too. That's ageism, I guess. But yeah, it's not like that either. But they sure, I did a video on it a while back called the most programmed generation ever or something like that. But yeah, it was about the millennials, and they are perfectly set up to fail is what it seems like. They're especially if society goes down and an imp, God forbid, went off and all the electronics went down. I mean, we would see some serious meltdowns, I think, man. You would see people,
it
right?
would be chaos. It would be chaos on the streets. Yeah. And man, it's almost like, that's why I'm prepping too. I mean, I'm not a prepper or like have a,
right.
hidden into my house. but I'm just saying, like growing food in my yard, and stocking up with stuff, and
Good.
learning how to make my own, cleansers, and just stuff like pioneer ways kind of stuff. That way at least what's edible, what's not, what to do, what not to do, what to touch, what not to touch.
Yeah. I think you're doing good, man, with that. Well, man, that's good, man. But what else is on your mind? You're actually the last guest, by the way. So thanks for hanging in there. Yeah, thanks for your patience too.
Yeah, and it was funny too because I was in the chat like freaking out because I was on hold for a while, and I've been trying to get back to you since I missed your call. And then I was like, dang it, I got dropped right at the last second.
I know, man. Like I said, I felt bad because I kept wondering what was taking you so long, but then I was like, I figured that's what happened, and I just lost track of when it was and what the number was. But the email, so definitely please email me, and we'll figure it out, okay?
Will do, man. Yeah, I mean, if anything's on my mind, like I said, I just want to show. I mean, God can do anything, and I mean, taking someone out of a wheelchair into a pro drummer. I mean, it's just, I don't know what else to say. I just and there's no way I could have done that and been free for almost 4 years now. I've been completely clean and sober. I haven't even had to drop an alcohol. And dude, I've done every drug in the book.
Man, and you're also, I'm subbed to you. I don't know if you knew that, but I've actually watched some of your drumming videos you'll share sometimes. So you are awesome, man. So yeah, that's great. Keep it up.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to get better and better, and the gigging part's the hard because I'm getting thrown in jazz situations, and that stuff's hard because I'm getting thrown in with 60-year-old black dudes that have been playing their whole lives, and my mentor is a 65-year-old black guy. And it's in their way. I grew up around African drumming too, so it's just a different way than Western music. So learning how to swing and count differently and not just smack on 2 and 4 constantly takes you have to untrain your body of what you're used to playing at first.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Anyway, yeah, man, I love the Lord with all my heart, and now, and like Shannon was saying, it's that faith because it's the childlike faith because for me it's. When I put too much thought into stuff, or when I took control of the wheel, it was like crash and burn time. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then when I started letting things happen and also getting off all those chemicals was huge because I couldn't even recognize when the Lord was working in my life. You know what I mean? I was so out of it, and plus I was bedridden for a while too. And I've had 6 surgeries, and every surgery took me at least 8 months to recover from laying in bed all day.
Mm-hmm.
So
wow,
so it was dude, man, that was years of laying in bed.
Man, that's and I thought, again, it's always, you don't want to hear about people's misfortune, but it puts things in perspective because here I was thinking how tough it is. Oh, I had a heart attack and I'm still young, but then, here we got people who, you're younger than I am. So yeah.
Am I?
yeah, I'm in my 40s, but so yeah, you've experienced a lot.
Mine was due to the chemical dependency they caused, though. Because my grandma's seizures happened coming off the benzos. So I don't have a seizure disorder. It was from coming off the benzos that I had the seizures.
Yeah.
So, and I won't lie. I mean, I used CBD and kratom to get off of stuff, but then once I was good and kind of normalized. And then now it's I hardly even take Aleve and Tylenol for pain. I use a ton of heat wraps and, back braces and that kind of stuff at least. But as far as taking pills and stuff, I hate taking pills now, man. I just I hate it. I hate it.
I am a big fan of kratom, though. I will say that helped me out too. Instead of taking pain meds, I was taking kratom.
Yeah, I know. I liked it a little too much. That's why I stopped taking it.
You got to be careful with it for sure. That is a fact. Well, so Blake, anything else on your mind tonight before we let you go?
Well, I just want to say, as far as you go, man, I really have just enjoyed so much of everything of your content that you've created over the years. And
thanks, man.
I know, back in the day, it was content for kind of a different reason and stuff. But well, always trying to get the truth out and all of that. But I know, we all have our journeys and our evolution.
Yeah.
And, you sticking with it, man, even after the demonetization and just, the adpocalypses and all, just all that craziness. I respect you so much for that, man, because your message is what's so important, because people are listening to you, man. And even though they might just come in for the esoteric things or whatever, they're hearing what you're saying. You know what I mean? And God works on people's hearts. And so it's just a matter of, just sticking with it despite whatever struggles you might go through. And that's why man, I love you for that. And
thanks,
you've
Blake.
helped so many people, man. And and I can see it, and I read the comments and listen to the messages and even going way back, so it's just been a cool journey to see. And I thank you for doing what you do. And I just, man, God bless you, and please continue going. Please continue.
Blake, thank you. I love you too, my brother in Christ, and I really appreciate that, man. And you're awesome. Email me. We'll actually talk on the phone more. All right. So the scariest movie ever at Gmail. I look forward to it. And Blake, thanks, and have a good night. Okay.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you having me on and letting me back on.
You're welcome. Take care.
All right, man. God bless everyone.
All right, guys. Sorry about that, Blake. I just cut it right there, but there we go, guys. That was wow. We had quite the run this evening. I have to say, man, every single guest, awesome. Every guest, this is amazing. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thanks for everyone who was able to jump in. If you weren't able to tonight, sorry, but I'll be doing more in the future. I'll do another one though, probably at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, America, here soon. That way, our friends that aren't in America will have a better chance of joining in and doing a show. I do those, and there's always a nice big crowd too. There's a lot of people that outside of America around that time that like to join in and do shows. So we'll do something like that here soon. Still got a couple big videos in the works, and a smaller one. Probably put that up tomorrow. And that's it. I'm always working on something. I want to give once again a huge thank you to every guest this evening. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for just being a part of it, man. I love it. All of y'all were fantastic. Thanks for those of you who are just hanging out in the chat tonight, listening. Also, a huge thanks to the moderators. Thank you again for being here. And did my shout out to the moderators. Oh, Patreon and PayPal. Guys, thank you. I have Patreon and PayPal that are incredible friends out there who've really supported my work. And thank you. That's what keeps me in it. I'm able to take my time and create videos and mini documentaries and do shows. And just thank you so much, guys. It means everything to me. I appreciate you. If you're interested in any kind of prepping, one of my sponsors this month is my Patriot Supply. There's a link underneath the video. You can get a 2 weeks food supply for $87 and 4 weeks supply for $197. Take a look at the link. You can see the choices and whatnot if you're interested. Just throwing that out there for the sponsor. I also like to end the show. It's been a great show, man, a long one. I just looking down, I was like, wow, we've been on here for a long time. Say a quick prayer, though, here, and I'll just say, Heavenly Father, just as I was just saying right there, just thank you for these people. Thanks for what a wonderful group of people, a community, individuals. I love it. And that's just a small fraction. But I hope to hear from more of these people in the future. But Father, please just bless all the people out here tonight that were on the show, and those that were listening, and everybody else who will listen here later on, Lord. And just please keep us all in the right state of mind in these crazy times. To not let our emotions take over, to keep you in mind at all times, and to stay calm, peace, not be in fear, to be warriors through Christ, and to stand the test here, be an example, and keep fighting the fight. So thank you, Father, very much again for the night, for the fact the channel's still up here. I give all that to you. I know it's because of you I'm still around. And on that note, I love you, and in Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, guys, and to the rest of yous, hey, thanks so much. I just looked, it's 4 hours and 42 minutes we've done. There you go, and counting. But thanks again, man. Much love to all of you. Appreciate you. Keep your eyes peeled for new videos and other shows coming up here soon, and we'll talk to you later, okay?